when it started happening, I didn't realize what I was going through. Lots of symptoms, blood pressure, really high, indigestion. I was in and out of the hospital for a while without diagnosis. I didn't have a language to what was going on with me. And eventually, I was taken back home to my home country, Nigeria, blessed country. Where I have come from, if you're not able to put a name to what is going on with you medically, we could think that he is a spiritual attack. Any Nigerian in the room, or maybe even other Africans, I don't know if it's like that as well. So, went back home and I got taken into churches, mosques, and that was what my parents and my families just understood. They just didn't want me to die because I thought I was going to die. You know, it was lots of panic attack. If you've experienced anxiety before, have you? Terrible, isn't it? You have fear of everything. Fear of going out, fear of talking, fear of even eating. And mine was worse because the very thing that could help me, medication, I was really scared of taking medication. And so it got worse because I didn't want to be medicated. I eventually then was, institutionalized. A psychiatrist started to look after me, diagnosed me of general anxiety disorder, and I didn't want to take my medication again. So it was a loop of me feeling anxious, staying away from the medication, and feeling anxious again. And it was a loop, and it was for a long time. I eventually found that I was going through general anxiety disorder, and that led me to thinking about how can I deal with this? They said when there is no awareness, there can be change. So the awareness of knowing what I was going through then led me to Charles Linden, the anxiety coach, who I worked with for a while, and I was healed of anxiety disorder. After I healed, I guess that led my pathway of thoughts, of thinking. I started to thinking more coherently. Who am I? What do I want to achieve? Or if I had died going through this, or if probably had, been frustrated and I, resulted into using substance, because there were people whose journey was like that. They didn't have to start using substance to take care of the anxiety or to numb that feeling of anxiety. So there are other negative or unhealthy pathways that you might have used to recover from anxiety. But I was thinking when I recovered that if I had lost myself in the process or lost my life in the process, have I really achieved what I really want to achieve as an individual? And that was the question I started, thinking about. And I started processing that for a while until I said to myself, no, I think I'm self-sabotaging. I think I have more to do. And this was around the time when I was in the event design industry. I'd done a decade in the event design industry and was also managing multiple of family business. So it meant that I had a lot going on for me. But I started asking myself, is this what I really wanted to do? Is this really me? The questions started coming. And one beautiful thing is I was really honest with myself. And the answers were, I could be more than designing event spaces. So I looked back into my childhood. What did I want to achieve? What did I want to do? What was high as a child? And I remembered something defined me from my childhood to this moment. 4 things. I like to support people. And I like organized systems. If it's not organized, my mind, I'm ADHD again, so I would benefit from an organized system. If it's too structured or too principled or too much going on, I would panic. I'm organized, I'm motivated, I'm very empathetic. I'm a training counselor in my final year, so I think I'm in the right journey, but I wouldn't have found that journey if I didn't go through anxiety, healing, then questioning myself about my journey, and really being true to myself of who I should really be. And I just want us to take a moment right now. Reflection time. Do you think you're being who you truly want to be? Do you think this is not a moment to really focus on me now? It's really a moment it's like, looking what? Am I really being the best version of myself? And if you're not, the next question will be, what's the block? What's stopping me? Is it fear? And if it's a fear of what exactly? Is it fear of what people would say? Is it fear of how you've lived your life in the past? You think that would catch up on you? We all have dirty pasts. And if you don't have a dirty past, that's good. I do have a dirty past. But when I reconnect with that past right now, I'm very grateful. I didn't stay there. I came out and I am thinking, oh, everything I need to do, I'm working on. Because when it's still catching up on me, my past, I would say to myself, Shakira, you're working on it. Because it's a really difficult moment when this conflict happens inside of you. There's a part of you that's questioning you. You can't do enough. That's not right for you. Or, all those internal dialogues, that's not healthy for you. There's another part of you that's countering that. Am I really being who I am meant to be? So give me a hands up if you have been able to reflect on that. Good. And I love interaction, so I would move around a bit. Anyone feeling vulnerable to share what they think about that? Jared?
I know it's still early for me to be sharing, but that really resonated with me because I remember my journey. You know what I do content creating, a lot of passion work. When I initially started doing what I'm doing now, I had a lot of backlash. Of, oh, why is she doing that? Why is she spending money on clothes? All she knows how to do is spend her husband's money on clothes and shoes. You know that African mentality. Spend her husband's money on clothes and shoes. But I had to literally block out that noise just for me to find who I was. I mean, I think I always knew who I was anyway, but I had to come into myself and it's all about blocking that noise in a way. So that what you just said there really resonated with me because I heard that for years. A lot. Like, oh, you just want to spend money, all she does is say. I said, but I've been able to add more to my husband's income because of wearing clothes. You understand? So I've been able to build financially with him from all these clothes and shoes. That today, even those people that were saying that are asking for clothes and shoes. But they've forgotten the messages that they were saying to me. So,
well done. Well done. Thank you for sharing. It's an intimate room, and I do like that we're being vulnerable. We're here because of that, and I think I can resonate with that as well. Until yesterday, I still am confronted with similar thing. So I was looking for a taxi to book for some of my vendors, and then the lady who I reached out to, she said, "Spend your husband's money." I'm like, "No, this is my money. It's not my husband's money." And even if it was my husband's money, no one's a financial plan for the other. So thank you for sharing that. We're all in that space. We're not perfect. But thank you. That must have spoken to another person. So thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Erin, and I was really impacted by your journey. So thank you so much for sharing. I'm really glad that I came. Just when it comes to really reflecting on who you are, me too, I'm Nigerian, and sometimes with Nigerians, we tend to define ourselves by what we do or what our title is or what university we went to or what grade we got. You know how we are Yoruba people. We need to have big shoulders and a big title. Oh, I went to Cambridge, I went to here, I went to there. And for me personally, as a man, it's very easy to fall into that trap of defining yourself based on maybe your career or your financial status. And
money in the pocket.
Yes, exactly. I'm 31 now, so over the last 10 years or so, I've kind of had ups and downs in finances, in career, as you do. And I think there was one period where I really reflected, okay, who am I? Am I defined by a job title? Am I defined by the amount of money I have? Am I defined by the university that I went to? No, I'm not. God has called me to so much more, and that was a real turning point for me. So now I feel like I can walk into a room and not feel like I have to define myself by what company I work for or what business I started. And I think about, okay, what am I called to do? What are the skills that I have? aside from the company, the university, money, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, because what you said has really just reminded me of that. So God bless you.
Amen.
Looking forward to it today.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. I'll come back to Dr. Ekwa in a minute after her. And it'll be you, then Dr. Ekwa, then we'll wrap up quickly for this. But thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Anita. Thank you for sharing a piece of you. It takes a lot of courage for you to come out of your shell. I remember growing up, and I'm Nigerian
As well,
so I was so energetic, always asking questions, and people would call me crazy. Like, you're crazy, what's wrong with you, crazy? And that stuck with me for years. So even coming to the UK, when I did my first master's, I had depression. Even though I was doing well, I was like, I was not good enough.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see that. And God having mercy on me, there were a few people who would see that talent, they would see something in me, that there's something in you, but I would doubt it. So it takes a lot of courage. And being Nigerian, sometimes our parents don't get us. They don't get it. There's this compliance and conformity. You have to be like everybody else.
Yeah.
Why are you different?
Yeah.
Why are you asking so many questions? And now I'm an educator. I work with children with special needs. And even as most people are seeing disruption, they're seeing chaos, they're seeing this restless child, underneath that difficult behavior, there is potential. For example, when someone tells me that, oh, this child is a liar, this student is always lying, I'm seeing potential for storytelling, because this person is thinking out of the box. This is fiction.
That's true.
When I see a child that is restless, this is leadership, someone that is always questioning things, this is activism. So one has to just go beyond the surface, and it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of courage to come out of your shell. So
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I heard that you were experiencing self-doubt, and I heard that you were affected by cultural norms, what we would want to do based on what the culture wants from us. But you've been able to also break out of that, and that's beautiful. So well done. Thank you. Dr. Ekwa?
Hello, everyone. I'm not going to give away my talk. I'm just going to talk about why I'm also here and why I also do what I've done. My own anxiety was actually at a very early age, and I think...
Is it okay for you to tell us what age?
Of course. I come from Nigeria, and I come into a UK boarding school, and at a very early age, so I'm talking about 13, 14, where I actually sort of... Good thing about it was my parents actually made us go back home every holiday. So I was always between here and the UK. Growing up, and that was 80s UK, so completely different mindset. Where in Nigeria, I actually thrived at school, because you're also with your own peers. There was a lot of really good competition in school, because it's all young black kids, and we studied, and you sort of also had teachers who would encourage you. Your teachers pushed you. I mean, I found the opposite here in the UK, where suddenly my grades were kind of declining. I mean, and I was in what we call the liberal arts. So it was French, history, and English literature, which now I realize is actually the sort of top of the of the classics. And being a young black kid in a class where the teachers are looking at you like, what's she doing here? I didn't understand that. And when I would speak, my voice was quite suppressed. I understand that now because I'm actually teaching. I'm a lecturer in the schools now, understanding how the institutions work. So I would go home to Nigeria, and I just looked at my work, and I didn't even know what career path I was going to take, because I looked at everything and I thought, this does not even work. How would this combination of French, history, and literature, where would that take me to? I didn't want to be a lawyer. I knew that for sure, because that was law. And realizing that I didn't want to actually stay in the UK. My parents couldn't understand why I didn't want to go to university in America, in the UK. Wanted to come back to Nigeria. My mother's like, you can't cope, because obviously it's leaving. So I got caught up with not actually, so I had to take a year out, sat at home, and I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even understand where I wanted to go. Fortunately, to cut the long story short, managed to convince my parents to send me to the United States of America. It's where the whole, everything came back to me. Healing to a university in America, where the US has got a history of educating black kids. They've actually activated themselves.
So that was the change.
Black colleges in
Yeah.
America. So you don't mess around with black Americans and education. They fought for it for years and years. So when they're in institutions, they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I was now in school with young black kids in a very black minority university who were very politically activated, political activism at Louisiana State University in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
That was where I woke up. Thank you very much. And that was the beginning of my re-engagement with education, knowing where I was going, how to speak up, and how to be politically activated as well.
Yeah.
Came back to the UK, and I see the grand difference. My job is to now make sure that I understand the historical backgrounds between Africa, America, and the UK institutions that suppress voices. Why Nigeria actually mimics the UK over here is a different story entirely, and why we actually have a very pitiful system, and where the voices of young black kids are suppressed. A different historical background, which I think you would hear from my talk. I don't want to give that away. But how I got to where I am right now, as a speaker, as an academic, who actually teach across all institutions. Name an institution, and I will tell you, right now, I actually teach in prison.
That's good.
Prison education.
Thank you for sharing that. I think Jariatu was able to break through by realigning her identity. And, sorry, your name again is Darren. He was able to realign his self-esteem, I would say, because he had to look internal. It's not about what people are saying in external. And I think Anita had to break off cultural beliefs to think about what she personally wants as an aspiration. And Dr. Ekwa changed the environment. Are we seeing these factors that we need to really hold on to? Identity changes, the self-esteem, change of environment, the belief in your own personal aspirations. These are things that we really need to hold on to. And in the room today, I'll break it down. My popular way of looking into life success that just sort of balances your life, your health, your mindset, and even your money is the word vision. Have a clear vision for who you are. So no matter what room, what space you find yourself, that drives you. You know where to be. You don't even need to be in every room anyway. But once you have that clear vision, it's a sense of direction for how you would live. You don't need a third party to tell you how you want to live. I'm going to take very quick and then I'll wrap up to Janita's section.
I just wanted to say, everyone that spoke, I think it's inspiring that you were able to sit in your uncomfortableness. Because for you to even look at a vision, you have to sit in that discomfort. And all of you sat in that discomfort.
True.
Even if everyone is telling you, what are you talking about? You should just be grateful that you're in England and they have no idea what you're fighting.
Yeah.
Through. Even if someone is saying, yes, you earn a lot of money, what are you talking about? You're like, no, this is not right. Even if your parents are telling you, no, you should be grateful, we've fought for you, what we've done, you're like, no, things need to be different.
Exactly.
Even if people are telling you you're spending money, you're doing this, you remain uncomfortable so your vision can become clear. And I think that's so inspiring from all of you.
It's interesting. The people in my community, we spoke about coming out of comfort zone recently, and I think that's what she's been able to also mention there. So I'm wrapping up. Vision. The word V in the vision. Honor your values. Understand what you value. These are stuck with me for years now after my recovery. My values are supportiveness, organized, motivation, and empathy. And that stays with me. And each time I do something I want to question myself for, the question is, does it align with my value? If it does align with my value and it feels difficult, it's the right thing. Yes. It just doesn't need to be easy. So please understand your value and honor that. Anyone in the room who can name 3 of their values, not to me, but to yourself. Your 3 top values. You should know what that is. Like when you're tapped from sleep, you should be able to wake up and talk about your 3 top values and own that top values. Because you might have a number of them, but that will define you in rooms where you find yourself. The I in the word vision is your identity, which Jariata talked about. It's who you are when no one's watching. When you're all by yourself, that's who you are. There's a part of you people see. There's a part of you people don't see. In fact, there's a part of you that people don't see and you don't also see. And that's why there's an encouragement for self-awareness. Sit with yourself. Why did I behave like that? Why did I act like that? What can I do differently? You begin to learn more about yourself. And that's really knowing more about your identity. And the S in the word vision is self-awareness itself. So start looking out. What can I, every day, ask yourself, what went right today? Why did it go right? What did not go well today? Why did it not go well? And if you do that every day, constantly, you become more self-aware of who you are and your environment even. And making changes becomes easier and certain. And the next I in the word vision is information. These days, information is currency. I met Eminent Financial at an event recently, I think about 2 years ago. And I said, okay, I'll connect with them. And I connected with them. And they talked me through how I needed to protect my money. At how much? Less than £15 a month. But tell you what that did for me. I stopped having financial anxieties for if I am not able to show up in my business or if I'm not able to go to work. They have a cover. And I didn't have that information. But with that little information of every month putting my money with them, my financial anxiety reduced at a very, very, good level. And Rebecca is also going to be talking more about that in our session for financial anxiety. So the O in the word vision is be open-minded. Bless Mo, bless Farida, those are my children at the back. They teach me. Oh, they correct me so well. They teach me and I listen. I don't think, because they're small, they're children. No, I listen. The other day, I went to exhibit at a particular place and they went with me. And the organizer was not respectful enough. And Mo looked me into my eye and said, Mom, you don't deserve to be treated like this. You shouldn't come back to this event. And tell you what, I never went there. I've gone for 2 sessions there and I never went there for exhibition. So sometimes just listen to them. They have ideas that I can't begin to tell you lots of things that I benefit from being open-minded to them. So open-mindedness from anyone, you don't even know where the answers are coming. I know there's a popular saying, children are meant to be seen but not heard. No. They have flow of ideas, just as when we were children, didn't we have ideas? Are we not even living some of the ideas now in our adulthood? So they do have ideas, and we should encourage our children as well in the homes. We should listen to them. We should let their ideas form. We should be proud of them and respect their ideas as well. So that is the O in the word vision. And the final one, your number one desire. So I want you to go into I don't know if you've all been given the gift bags. If you haven't, there's a mirror in the bag. I'm going to hand in mirrors to everyone who doesn't have one. We're going to do a quick affirmation. Your number one desire, I acknowledge Mr. Latinwa. Your number one desire. If nothing happens to you in this world, what is that one thing you must not miss? You must not miss doing. I hate to do this, so I'm not going to do it with you. Because some people cannot complete it. In therapy sessions, if I'm dealing with clients and we go on funeral meditation, some people will run out because they can't afford to do it. And we will do it. We will make it snappy. We will do it. Have you found your mirror? Anyone needs a mirror? Please bring it out of the wrap. I want you to say some exciting things to yourself. Let your imagination flow without obstacle, without obstructions. There is no limit to what or who you can become. Look into yourself. Do you like who you see in the mirror? Do you like it? If you like it, can you say some reaffirmations to yourself? Can you reaffirm yourself? If you don't like it, can you start saying some new things to yourself in the next 1 minute? Say some exciting things to yourself. If you like, say it out loud. Let the universe hear you. If you like, say it internally. But I want you to say it out loud. I, Charles, I am a great footballer. I, Shakirat, I'm a global speaker. I, Zina, I am an eye motivator. I, Ade, I lead with intention. I, Jariatu, I dominate the fashion space. Say some beautiful things to yourself. No limitation. No limitation. Because you're going to be granted authority to dominate the world. Say some beautiful things to yourself. No limitations at all. Latin word, I am a dominator. I dominate spaces. Say some beautiful things to yourself. Have you got a mirror, Junior? Please say some beautiful things to yourself. No limitation. And there's power in repetition. Say it and repeat it. Let your subconscious mind believe. Believe. I know sometimes we say some of these things and a part of our mind is doubting. That's your ego self. Just be compassionate with it because it does want to take a space. But say to yourself, I am beautiful. I am dominating the world. Look into the mirror. Connect with your forehead because that's your foresight. That you shine and you see with the eyes of an eagle to receive what you truly want to become. How did that feel?
Oh, great. I feel like this needs to be like a daily affirmation.
It's a daily thing. And spin it to the back. There's a positive word. Say that to yourself. I don't know what's there. Just say something. Yeah, there's some positive things there. Say that to yourself. And I want you to wake up in the morning saying these things to yourself. The very thing that you're struggling with, say the counter statement of it. Whether it is finances, whether it's your mindset, whether it's your marriage. Oh, I am having a beautiful marriage. Oh, my children are listening to me. Oh, I'm having whatever thing. Make it a daily routine. I'm going to be sharing more about routines in my second session, but thank you for listening. One question only before I pass the mic to Jariatu. It's going to be a time. Any question in the room?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Zina. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, affirmations work, but I just want to highlight one point. If you're saying, for example, your daily affirmation is, I am enough, or you need to be, on a daily basis, collecting evidence to believe in what you're saying to yourself. And this is part of what I'm going to talk later. So affirmations with collecting evidence. That proves what you're saying to yourself.
Thank you. I missed that, but I do hope we got that. Yeah, okay. So I think I pass the mic down to Missy, the MC. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please, can we appreciate Shakira for that session? Amazing session. Thank you so much. We can't wait to hear more from you and your session with us. But thank you for the mirrors. Mine says you're amazing. I know that I'm amazing. Thank you. Can I get a round of applause as well? Thank you. So one thing for me that I learned or that I said to myself was being multifaceted, in the sense that I felt that I was always pressured to pick one thing. I sing, I act. There is a Miriam that I need to connect with. There's a Miriam. Is that yourself? Okay, I'm an actress. But so I sing, I act, I work in financial regulations, the FCA. I'm building a women empowerment platform, Kent and Canterbury Black Women Forward. So I do so many things, and I find that for me over the years, it's just been, pick one, you can't do this, do that. And so I had to get to a space of embracing all of that, and just knowing that I'm amazing and I can do anything that I want to do, and no one is going to block me into one space. So that's what I took from that. Thank you so much, Shakira. So we're going to quickly have our first sponsor spotlight with Dami Bakes. Can we please welcome Dami Bakes as he comes forward quickly just to talk to us about, where's Dami Bakes? Okay, we'll just wait for that to come in. But one thing I would say is that when you start to live authentically, all of the anxieties start to fade. And that's what brought me here today as a host. I forgot to mention I also love hosting. I'm an MC for corporate and leadership spaces as well. So at social events. Is Dami here? Okay, let's quickly move on to our panel. Maybe we'll bring Dami, but we just wanted to spotlight Dami Bakes is one of the sponsors here today. Okay, so please welcome Jariatu as we have a quick session with Jariatu. Please give her a round of applause just to encourage her. Let's have everybody nervous. You'll be just fine.
So it's a quick panel session.
Okay.
But just yourself, I think the doctor will join us online. Dr. Daniel, to be precise. Oh, thank you so much. All right.
Do I sit down?
Yes, please. I need a mic for you. That's fine.
Thank you.
So how do we want to go? So, Dr. Daniel, thank you for joining us online.
Should I move my chair slightly so?
No, it's fine. Dr. Daniel, do we have audio? Yes, it's coming. All right. The session is separate after geriatrics. Okay, we just wanted to say hi just to make sure we can hear him online. But all right, I hope I'm good this way. Camera. Yeah, this is blocking.
Should I move?
Okay, are we good like this?
Oh, good. Or should I move slightly? Move in the middle.
Thank you.
They said move in the middle a bit.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
I think. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, for this panel session with Jariatu. Okay, welcome Jariatu.
Thank you
for joining us.
Thank you.
So, we often hear people say your story is your glory, and I think you mentioned a bit about it. So let's explore that a bit. I think the topic we're exploring now is transforming personal stories into wealth creation.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you?
Right, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Shakirat for having me, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today. For me, I always believe that wealth starts with your personal story. I don't associate wealth with just money. It starts with our individual stories. And my story started from Sierra Leone, West Africa. I'm not from Nigeria, I'm from Sierra Leone. My husband is Nigerian.
Oh, okay.
So I moved to the UK when I was 13. It's a typical African story. Family wants you to become a doctor, lawyer. I chose nursing. I enjoy nursing. But I think for me, my dad never grasped the idea that, he always wanted me to become a doctor anyway. But I'm not going to go too much into that details. But the way I've been able to just navigate everything is I've been able to follow my own passion. I don't want to live for family. I want to live for me. Because I want to look back when I'm 80 and say, you know what, I did everything I want to do or I wanted to do. So in terms of building wealth, I've always loved clothes. I truly enjoy fashion. All the women in my clothes love fashion. So the love for fashion stems from my mom, my aunties, so it's nothing new. So literally during COVID, my husband and I took the kids out, just walking around. I just said, just take pictures of me, just so we can just remember the moments. And that was literally how my content creation journey started. So my background is actually nursing. So I do content creating now as another job. So I'm a woman of many hats, not just an afro. So I do wear a lot of hats. So that's how that journey started. I still work in critical care nursing, so part-time, but I've been able to diversify into content creating. And that's actually, I don't know if I can say wealth, but it's actually added to our household income. And this is something that my husband was not too keen on initially, but I think once the money started coming in, that changed the mentality. But yeah, it's just about taking that leap of faith, trusting yourself, believing in whatever dream you have, and just making it work for you. I always say to people, my passion is fashion. Is something I know how to do. I can do it in my sleep. So it's easy for me to put myself out there. And I think Shakira mentioned that earlier as well. Whatever you do it to the best of your ability. And that's one thing I believe I can do to the best of my ability. So I think that's the way I've been able to transform that into finances and to be able to build all the businesses from it as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So let's stay there a bit.
Okay.
Turning that passion into income, what was the first step and how easy was it for you? And how can we follow that path?
Okay, I think it was, if I can say this in a nice way, it was quite easy. And the reason why I say it's quite easy is because it's something I enjoy doing. So it wasn't a struggle for me because I put clothes together. Have I switched off the mic?
No, it's still on.
Okay. Hi.
So it was something that was quite easy for me. So I never actually saw the struggle side of it. I think my husband saw the struggle because he was my photographer. So he was the one that had to do all the hard work. But for me personally, it's something I enjoyed. So it was quite easy. But obviously, I had to do the work. So once I started getting the brand deals, I had to do more work. And then I did all this with 2 children. I've got 2 young children. So there are times that we had to put the kids in the car, go find a car park somewhere, take pictures, or walk around. My husband's babysitting, taking pictures at the same time. So it was a struggle in that aspect of things. But in terms of me being a creative and putting things together, that was the easy part. But it's just finding that balance.
Okay, awesome. So thank you for that. So in terms of negotiating your pay, because I want to dive in a bit more into the very first payment or income you got from your passion. How exactly did that happen? Did they just see your picture and then the next minute they paid millions in the account?
No, not the millions yet, but that's coming.
Talk to us about it.
That's coming. I already spoke into that mirror. It's coming. So the millions have not come yet, but we're getting there.
We're talking hundreds of millions coming.
I think the thing is with social media, people just assume that, they'll see your pictures and just go, oh, let me pay you £1 million. Just for dress. It doesn't work that way. Because you have to realize there's so many people doing content creating.
Exactly.
It's a huge market. So what makes you differ from the next man? You understand? So it didn't happen like that, but I was quite fortunate, glory to God, that when it did happen, it was something that was long term. So I had partnerships that were like 3 years. So it was rolling partnerships, which was quite so, because I wasn't, just like I mentioned, my background is nursing. So that's all I've ever known. Weekends I would dress up, take pictures, but I never thought it was going to be anything that I'll be able to monetize or turn it into something that would generate income for me and my household. So when it did start coming in, I had to learn how to negotiate and know what my worth was and, the nitty-gritty parts of the other aspects of things in terms of finances.
Okay, amazing. And so do you have management stepping at any point, or do you manage all of this by yourself?
I do manage myself, yeah.
So, all right, if you're managing all this by yourself and also still working in nursing.
Yes.
So speaking of the mental mindset and the anxieties that she mentioned, how do you balance all
I think
that?
I'm going to need a bigger mirror. I'm going to need a bigger mirror, a floor-length mirror. It's a lot. Yeah. And just like I mentioned to you, I am also a mother and I'm somebody's wife and my husband is a Nigerian man. It's not very,
Clock it for Nigerian.
We're clocking. He's an incredible man, incredible. But I also have to balance the household, balance my jobs, balance what I love, which is the content creating. Because for me, mentally, I've not switched off in terms of thinking content creating is a job yet. It's still something that's my passion, that I love doing. So, and I don't want to switch to thinking it's a job, because then I think I'll potentially love the joy that I get from it right now. And I get so much joy just thinking it's a hobby. Yes, but it's just trying to find that balance with everything. And it's hard, because I've had times that I sit in the dark with the clothes and just thinking, which one am I going to wear today? Because it's a lot. The kids are calling mommy. It's a lot, but you have to find that balance.
Amazing. And so what do you do when you're not doing or juggling or wearing all of these hats? How do you relax or distress?
I sleep.
A good sleep.
Oh, I can sleep. I sleep a lot. But it's hard getting that good sleep. I think if I get 4 hours these days, I'm quite happy. Because the benefits from what I'm doing and what I've been able to do, glory to God again, it's going to be a lot of God. Glory to God. Very grateful. It's just that it's been able to open other doors for me. So it's not just the content creating side of things. I've been able to open my own content studios. I've been able to leverage and, do styling work. So I style other people as well. Oh, wow. So I've taken on quite a lot just from, putting myself out there and following my own passion. And I think, just like I said earlier, I want to highlight that again, because it's so easy for us as Africans, for our relatives to kill our dreams. It's so easy, but I just want to highlight that it's so important for you to just follow your passion, because you're always going to hear that. Somebody's always going to tell you you're not good enough. You cannot achieve it. Who do you think you are? You will never make it, especially in a platform where so many people are trying to do the same thing as you. But I think if it's your passion, you'll always find success when you follow something that you truly, truly enjoy.
Amazing. Thank you for that. I agree with you. So what sort of practical advice would you give to someone that is looking to go into content creation, storytelling? What would be your advice to them?
You're not going to be a millionaire tomorrow. I'll tell you that.
How long
you have to do the work. I'm still not a millionaire yet.
Oh, no, you are.
No, you have to do the work. And I think one of the advice I would give, just like I said earlier, you have to be passionate about it. You have to be passionate about it, and you have to be consistent. And just like I said, you're not going to be a millionaire. And if you're only going into it to make money, find something else to do. Because you have to realize there's so many other people doing the same thing you are doing. And I think one of my friends, because I try to advise my friends as well to follow their own passions, So she does fragrances on social media. So she shares content, fragrance content. And she came to me, she goes, Jay, I really want to do this. They called me Jay, sorry. Jay, I really want to do this. What do you think? I'm so scared. What will people say about me? And I said, why do you care what people will say about you? You've got 2 kids to feed. You can make extra money from this. That's something that's going to add to your household income. Why would you care what anybody will say? So for me, the advice that I give, and the same advice I would give anyone, is just be consistent and just enjoy what you do. Because the moment you lose the joy and you're only looking for the money, you're going to lose the passion you had for it.
So you have to separate the money from...
You have to separate the money, because the money takes time to come.
So
money or anything...
Do the talking.
You have to be passionate about it, and you have to be consistent. You have to want it. You have to dream about it. It's so funny talking about this, because I know I'm sitting in front of you people today, but when I think of clothes, it's crazy. I see clothes when I'm doing dishes. I'm in the car picking up my kids from school. I'm putting outfits together mentally. So it's not something that I just woke up and I just say, oh, because everybody's doing it on social media, I'm going to do it. It's a way for me to make money. It's something I genuinely enjoy, and it's almost like my escape mentally. Ease myself again, because there's so much going on as moms, picking up the kids, dropping them off, cooking. You tend to forget yourself. And most of the women that I'm styling nowadays, and that's the same thing they say to me, oh, I just want to dress up for my birthday. I just want to make myself feel good again. I'm always working, wearing the same thing. So sometimes it's so easy for us to forget who we are and what we want in life, just because we're carrying on everybody else.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, you can clap, it's all right. I had some clapping, thank you, coming in. So let's go back to your support system. You talked about your husband and your children. How important is that?
Extremely.
In pursuing your passion?
Extremely. And I think,
consistent in it.
Yes, we've got, a few men in here today. So
Shout out
I
to the
think,
men.
shout out, plug, shout out to the husbands or the partners. I think it's very, very important. And I'm happy my husband's not here today, because I don't want his head to swell. But I always say to people, and I say this to him as well, where I am today after God is because of him. He's an incredible support. To have a husband that will literally sacrifice things that make him happy just to see my dreams come true is a blessing. In my husband's sacrifice, he enjoys football. He put football aside, put PlayStation aside, just to follow me every weekend to go take pictures. This was when we had nothing coming out of it. It's just my passion. I just want to dress up, just take pictures. He will literally be taking my picture right here and be babysitting the kids at the same time.
Wow.
That's how amazing he is. So literally, after God is my husband. And I cannot do anything without him. That's my support system. And that's one thing I want to say here today to the men in the room. If your wife have a passion and they want to follow it, please support them. Because you never know where it's going to take them. I mean, I'm a nurse. My background is nursing. I'm from Sierra Leone. I came over when I was 13. I never thought anybody would see me. Yet I've worked with some of the biggest brands in the world. I've worked with Amazon. I've worked with River Island. Just to name a few. This was not part of my card. It was not part of the bingo card. It's not what I expected. I was just doing it because of fun. So please support your spouses. You just never know.
True. I agree with you. And just to touch on that, I had a similar experience there when I started this Kent and Canterbury Black Women Forward. I didn't think I would be sitting with MPs. I did not think I'd be invited to Parliament. I did not think I would be speaking to mayors. And now I'm always at meetings with them. And my husband, when I'll come and take pictures, he gets tired, is and I'll know.
Yeah.
But the mindset, our
Yes.
mind, our baby is even enough. But let's talk about those that don't have spouses. How important is building your own tribe, or friendship, or connection? Because one of the things I appreciate about this event is the networking.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a friend that you've known 30, 40 years. You can meet people. In fact, we want this to be practical. And Shakira can attest to that. Is that you're living here, having being able to connect with people and continue from there. Take it out of this room and start to connect. So it's not about people that have got friends 50, 30. It's fine. You're here. It's practical. So what's your advice for those ones?
I think for those individuals, you just like you said, you just have to find your network. I have friends that don't have spouse, they're not married, but they have friends that also do the content creating thing. So we literally go outside. You support me, I'll support you. I'll take your photos, you take mine. So it's just finding your community. Because it's even us with children and what I'm doing, you need a community, you need that extra support. And for me, my mom will come over sometimes, look after the kids when I have to run to the studio, with my husband. So you have to just build a community, whether it's friendship that you both do the same thing together and you can just say, okay, you support me this way, I'll support you this way. So it's just finding that community basically to just bounce off.
Absolutely, I agree. And, as we said, the community is important because you find like-minded
people. Yeah.
All of us here, I would say, are like-minded individuals. Being here, first of all, investing our time, our money, our efforts into this space today. We are like-minded individuals, and I'm sure we would like the same thing when it comes to networking and events like this. That's a start. Let's go to the audience. Do we have anyone that has a question for Dariatu? All right, thank you, Mr. Daring. Okay, I'll come back. Let me take you first, ladies first.
How did you get started? So your first project, basically, as a content creator, what was it? What was the first thing you did and you got paid for it and you're like, yes, the money landed in your bank account?
I just got a flashback. So the first one was actually a big brand. It's Mint Velvet. I don't know if anyone's heard of them. They're quite a big UK brand. So they reach out for me, but normally you get like this scamming emails. So I pay them no mind. But then the message again, we want you to work for 12 months. This is how much we want to pay you. What's your rate card? What's this? So I showed it to my husband. He was like, Jay, let me check the email. He's Nigerian. Let me check the email address just to make sure it's right. But that was my first big break. And it was amazing, I would say that, because it was literally 3 years. I worked with them for 3 years. And this was just when I think I was like a year into content creating. But this was still when I was just having fun. So I didn't actually think anything would come out of it. So they literally just said to me, oh, we're going to send you clothes on a monthly basis. We need you to... And that's how we started.
Awesome.
But I have to say this as well. As amazing as that sound, I had to do the work. I had to put myself out there. I had to work with my husband and my children. I had to take pictures for the timing that I wasn't getting any money. So I had to actually put in that work so that when the time came for me to actually get a check from a brand, it was almost like a reward, if that makes sense, because I know how hard I've had to work and where I started from. So it was quite lovely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. So the reason I'm here today is to really shift my mindset when it comes to making money and stepping into the uncomfortable. So you're someone who is married, you have kids, you have a mortgage, a household to take care of. And for me personally, I'm engaged and I'm going to be married.
Ooh,
congratulations. Thank you so much. So as a man, you tend to think in terms of taking care of the household, financial safety, stability. And a challenge for me is making that mindset shift away from the safe, the stable, the predictable, to stepping out of the comfort zone. So, and apologies for the long-winded question,
that's right.
But how did you make that mindset shift away from, you said you're a nurse, you're doing what is very predictable.
Yes.
It gives you predictable income.
Yes.
You know what comes in, you know what goes out,
Yes.
you know the kids go to school at this time, you have your routine. What I struggle with is coming out of that stability to say, let me step into something that might not work. Because I'm sure a lot of people take pictures and they don't get paid. They don't see money from it.
Yeah.
So yeah, what are some tips that you can give on actually making that mindset shift? Because that's one thing I'm going to take away from today.
Okay, I think first of all, I just want to say congratulations. Secondly, I think it's very important for you not to put that pressure on yourself, because the moment you put that pressure on yourself, it's going to start affecting you mentally. And once you start breaking down mentally, all this, you're not going to worry about that anymore. So try not to put too much pressure on yourself, but just find things that you actually enjoy doing. You know, things that you find passion in, and just pursue them and just see what comes out of it. But I think if we're looking solely at monetary benefits, just like I was mentioning earlier, most of the things that we do doesn't bring us income, let's be honest. Most of the jobs and the things that we try and chase, we don't get any money from it. So it's literally just having that mindset shift that, you know what, let me just do things that I actually enjoy, that I want to do. Just finding the joy in whatever you do, and don't focus too much on, you know, trying to make so much income. And then I think for me, I can speak from a male's perspective as well because of my husband. You understand? He's an engineer and he's been doing engineering for a while now. And this has been something that's added into our household income. Just like you said, you just got engaged, you're looking to get married. You've got somebody else in the house. Yes, I know as a man, as an African man, you want to be the main provider, you want to do this, you're thinking about 1,000,010 things. But then again, it's about supporting your spouse, because they may just have the talent that could just bring more into the house. Because my husband, this has been something that's benefited us in so many ways. He's been able to start property management because of this. We've been able to build a content studio because of this. You know, we've been able to do so much just because of my passion. So he actually just looked one day and just said, why do I need to play football? Let's go take pictures. You understand? So you may not have that, but you marry, and you marry well enough to say, you know what, babe, what do you want to do? Or how can I add value to your life? Or how can you add value to my life? And how can we put things together that will actually increase our household income? Because sometimes it's not just you as an individual, it's also coming together as a team. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we have another question.
Hello, thank you for sharing your insights. My question is, how do you gauge authenticity in content creation, whereby you barely know who the original owner of a video is? Because I see some kind of brilliant storytelling on Instagram where I can't place who created this idea. And sometimes I find out that when people eventually find who owns that idea, they don't even get enough likes or publicity as those who have copied them. So how would you as a content creator gauge authenticity?
Well, I think that's something that I struggle with as well, because I find most of my content on Pinterest. I'm not on Pinterest, and I know there's a lot of people making money off my content on Pinterest. I think it's just, the thing that I will probably just advise is just for you to take as much as you can from whatever content you see. Because it's so saturated now. It's like literally just going to the shop and buying bread. There's so many breads. So it's literally you just finding value in whatever content you come across. But for you to find the authenticity or find the actual originator of the content, it's going to be quite, difficult, because everybody's copying everybody these days. Let's be very honest. But yeah, it's just you finding value in whatever message they're trying to convey, I suppose.
Are you saying it's okay to copy?
I'm not saying it's okay to copy, but if you're going to copy, do it better than the originator.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it's more like it's being inspired.
Yeah.
Be inspired, so do it better.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you for that. So, Daria, to AI has
I don't
become
like AI.
one of the biggest disruptors
Absolutely.
of our generation. Do you see it replacing people or empowering those willing to adapt it into their storytelling?
I think empowering, but you just have to find a way to actually implement it in whatever content you produce in. But yeah, I think it's empowering.
I think it's a follow-up question from Anita. The authenticity, how do you ensure that you build a community? Because, like you mentioned with bread, certain people will buy Harvest, but they never touches a Kingsmill or whatever.
Yeah.
So how have you created that community, that trust in your branding? Because what you're describing is like there's certain people that only go to Tesco's.
Mm-hmm.
So how have you managed to create that community that trusts your brand and that trusts what you are showing them?
Okay. I think for me, I've never changed in terms of the content that I've been able to put out on social media. So I don't sway. So whatever content I've been producing 5 years ago is pretty much the same, just slightly, better. slightly more improved because obviously it's 2026. But I think my community can, attest to this. Where they met me and the way I was dressing is pretty much the same. So I've literally just stuck to, pretty much who I am, I guess. So yeah, I think it's just staying true to yourself and just being real. Because one thing I can tell you on social media, people can tell if you're not a real person or if you're being fake or if you are copying somebody else's content or trying to be like somebody else. They can tell. But I think for me, I've been able to stick to what works for me and what people buy, I guess.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, that's the last one. Before I ask you a question, I wanted to say something to this gentleman, because what you did say did really touch, because I know that a lot of men, they struggle with that.
Yeah.
But I would say create yourself a community, or even deeper and say create a village. And how you do that is go in wherever you live, embed yourself in the communities, volunteer, look at what your interests, what you're passionate in, get aligned with those organizations. And one day, maybe it's not going to pay off in the first year, but in the second year when you start your business, you already put your credibility out there.
Yes.
People know you because you're embedded in the community.
Yeah.
So go create yourself a community and a village, embed yourself in it, and volunteer. Volunteer as much as you can.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to create that village.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you.
And I was just going to say, amazing. You've done amazing.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask this from a point of view from a business owner who we like to do social media advertising.
Yes.
And we never get it right. And you have got it right. Not only have you got it right by creating content, you've created a business that is seemed to be repositioned and multiplied. What advice would you give to people who are actually starting out a business or in business already? How do you best utilize social media as a marketing, as a reach out to reach the right people in the right audience?
Okay, that's a really good question. You need to brand whatever you're selling. You need to, I know a lot of people are not comfortable being on a social space or coming in front of a camera, but I think as individuals, nobody can sell your product the way you can. It's crazy being a content creator saying that, but you have to find a way to actually sell your product and make it believable. Because if I'm going to buy something from you, I want to know it's actually believable. Because people sell so much on social media. But if you're not, you don't get anxious about the social space, come out and, share your content, share your product. Because I do that for my content space. I've got the space now, it's working, it's generating income. And I could easily say, I don't want to, tag my content studio. But I do collaborative posts with the studio because then, it creates more views, more eyesights on the business. So people will see whatever I'm, doing in the space and go, I want to shoot in that space. So going back to whatever you are doing in terms of your business, if you can, share your content, share your product, share your business. But if you don't feel like you're comfortable in that content creating space, pay somebody that's good at it, that can sell your product for you. Because at the end of the day, it's visibility. The more eyes you get on your product, the more you can generate income.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. And so if there is one thing that you want everyone to leave this room with from your session, what would that be? And that rounds
Follow your dreams. Don't let anybody kill your dreams. Whatever it is you want to do it to the best of your ability because you never know what's going to pay off.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much. So we will invite Dami Diggs quickly for this session as we prepare for Dr. Daniel to take us through his session. And Dr. Daniel is ready to go.
Thank you.
So Dami Diggs quickly to talk to us is one of our sponsors, a young man doing great things. Is coming forward to present something to us. Aww. Okay. All right. Amazing. So Dami is going to talk to us about coming up.
Is that better? Awesome. Careful. that fine?
Talk to us.
A second, sir.
You. No problem, we're waiting. We're patiently waiting.
Dami Bakes, timeless taste, bespoke bakes. Oluwa Damilola Omomehi.
That was a really good pronunciation.
I'm Nigerian. Do you need my mic? Is that, no, this one was better. No, that one.
That's recording. All right.
All right.
Step on this side. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dami of Dami Bakes. So I could tell you what I do, or better still, I could show you.
Wow.
And when you walk out of this place today, you might not remember my name, but you remember this cake.
Yes.
So this was me at 10. I fell in love with creating. My mom was a baker, and she would always let me, play around in the bakery, just mold stuff. I made all of the molds on my 10th year birthday cake. And that just,
really?
yeah.
Wow.
And that was when I fell in love with baking. I grew up, I would say, too fast, in the sense that I grew up around older siblings, and I just grew out of the mindset of superheroes. And I saw my mom as my superhero, in the sense that she was doing something real. She was putting smiles on people's faces with cakes. And I knew I wanted to do something like that. I wanted to put smiles on people's face. This was the very first cake I made in 2023 when I moved to the UK. A young lad, just big dreams, just wanting to create, just wanting to build something for myself and go a better me. That was for one of the biggest wedding planners in London.
Wow.
We did that in March.
Wow, amazing. Oh.
That was for a 50th birthday.
Wow.
And this was for my 21st birthday.
Aww. Wow.
The beautiful thing about growth is that it's always in front of you. And that's what I've just grown to learn. I feel like the person who made that cake in 2023 and who made my 10th year birthday cake won't be standing right here in front of you today. What has changed has just been growth. Knowing that I want to build something for myself, I want to do something, and just steadily working towards that thing. And that's what has changed. And just tying that to this cake right in front of you, it says a better me 3.0. I wanted to do something that's not original, something that you're not used to, something that you've never seen before. And I feel like that's what Dami Bakes is about. Creating memories, creating timeless experiences, taking your special day and making it more, making the cake feel like a part of the event and not just something that you eat and forget about, but something that lives in that experience, in the sense that a few months from now, you're going to be talking about this cake. Not just because of when you taste it. When you taste it, you'll be like, okay, yeah, it cooked. But just looking at it, you already feel like this looks amazing. And I feel like that's what Dami Bakes is about, Mr. Hadi. From kiddies cakes, bowls, teddy bears, to wedding cakes, creating things that bring people together, that make your special moments feel extra special. This was a Jacquemus bag for my mom's birthday, just a couple of days ago.
Wow.
That's Aldo. That's a cake we made for Aldo. That was for Mrs. Sakira's sister. And that was for Mrs. Sakira's 35th birthday.
Wow.
The journey speaks for itself. The journey speaks for itself. Yeah, let's make your special day extra special. Feel free to take a picture.
Are you on
If you're looking for a cake that's a part of your events, not just something to... Sorry? Yes.
Instagram?
Instagram is Dami Bakes. It's just the name. That's all edible.
We are testing everything today.
That's what I try to do.
Awesome. Well
That's so
done,
early.
ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Danny Bates. All right. As we continue to salivate on this amazing cake, I can't wait to have some. We're going to invite Dr. Daniel to speak to us about transforming personal stories into wealth creation. Dr. Daniel, can you hear us? Are you ready to speak with us? Is Dr. Daniel connected? All right. Dr. Daniel? Okay, thank you. We can leave that music on for now. Battery. Is it connected? Is it plugged? You're charging. Can you see us? Can he hear you? Do you want to turn on our video as well? Sir. He's speaking, but I think he can, because we can see him here. He can't hear us.
So everyone can hear me now, right?
Oh, yes. Yes, can you hear us? Can you hear me, Dr. Daniel?
Okay, I can hear you guys now.
Perfect, thank you. Please take it away.
All right, good. There's an echo, there's a feedback. Can you hear me now? Yes. All right, great. Fantastic. All right, so there's no longer feedback, right? Any feedback? Or it's just fine?
It's fine now.
All right, good. All right, fantastic. So, good morning or good afternoon, guys. Fortunately, I couldn't be present in person due to unforeseen circumstances, currently abroad, and the plant kind of affected my travel yesterday. So, first of all, I want to say thank you, Shakira, for the invitation, and as well as joining in virtually to still be able to talk to you. So, my name is Dr. Daniel Moses, and today I'm going to be talking about fractional real estate. But before we kind of get into fractional real real estate in property. Let me quickly share a little bit about the personal journey, which then transitioned into wealth creation in property. Just wanted to very quickly give a massive kudos to the last speaker, and that was amazing. The power, there's so much power in your personal story, your personal brand to building your business. In 2015, and I actually went bankrupt. I lost over 150,000 pounds at that time, and I became an Uber driver. And I drove Uber for nearly 2 years. I was driving for a minimum of 18 hours a day. And before that, just like every other immigrant story, I immigrated from, I basically jackpot from Nigeria back in 2003. And it's basically the story of rags to building and keep building to success. So in 2015, as I mentioned, I went through bankruptcy number 3, and I thought it was basically over, and I never imagined for 1 minute that I could come out from bankruptcy of over 150,000 pounds, that I could actually grow from that to building a multi-million pound property portfolio in the UK. One of the things that I did was, first I shared my journey as I started to build a property. Firstly, I didn't have any sort of background in real estate or whatsoever the case. I started learning coaching, paid for a lot of personal development, and I got to really learn something really well, which is the act of connecting with people, networking, making new friends and new relationships every now and then. And very quickly, I was able to transition from just controlling other people's property to owning properties myself. Now, I'm sure you want to imagine, how does somebody who was driving Uber then controls other people's property and then eventually started to own properties? Firstly, when I wanted to get into the real estate space, I had no money, so I had to learn the act of renting a property from a landlord and then, with their permission, renting out again. This actually began back in 2016, 2017, and quickly I grew, scaled up property portfolio to over 20 plus in real estate. That gave me cash flow. And then I started the act of networking and prospecting and telling people my story. And I wrote my first book about it, Rent to Rent Made Easy, telling the story of how an immigrant transitioned to basically controlling people's property. And then that brought me into the coaching space. So the power of storytelling is very important. The power of using your personal story, your personal experiences, your journey through life to inspire. That very quickly allowed me to build a very strong network of people who were able to invest in my property projects. So from controlling properties that were owned by others to basically having 1 or 2, 3 first people who were able to come together to invest in my project. So I then leverage on the power of using other people's money to owning assets. And how does that work? It means that, for example, I met Mr. B. Mr. B had 50,000 pounds they weren't really using for the whole year or two. I offered them about 10% return per annum. I offered them about 10% return per annum, and very quickly that scaled to raising over 2.5 million, connecting with people who I met in events, social media, and that very quickly created a portfolio of over 7 million pounds. Can everyone hear me right? Yes. Great. So that's just the journey, and I went from that to having the opportunity to train over 1,000 people in the last few years, teaching them on how to, using their personal story, connecting with others to raising money to acquiring assets. Now, this next phase of my life actually is one of the most exciting ones because it's actually lessons learned from the past where people, specifically diaspora Nigerians and Africans in general who were living abroad having coached over 1,000 people, I realized not everybody really had the full audacity to go to the next man or the next woman in a room, build great relationship, and then eventually made those people their investors. I had the tremendous success of coaching people to do it, but not a lot of people had the comfort, the audacity, the tenacity to be able to go out there without having any money or having some money, but owning real estate. I'm sure you guys will want to agree with me that when it comes to property ownership in the UK, you need money. Anywhere in the world, you need money to get it started, whether you're looking to buy a property worth about £200,000. In the Kent area, the average property today is around about £300,000 to £400,000. In the greater part of London, a 4-bed terrace, you're looking at least over £500,000. So on a nutshell, when you're looking to acquire a property, you're looking at least stamp duty and all the different costs attached to it. You're looking at an average of £150,000. Buy that property. The truth is, majority of the population, specifically when it comes to the African diaspora, generically do not have £150,000 sitting at any given point in time. So, being a mentor myself and someone who has been able to mentor many, I saw a massive gap. You're teaching people what to do, but they are able to take in the appropriate action that is required. So, I came up with a deep research and said, how can we work on this very quickly to help people to build wealth and generate wealth? A lot of people spend thousands of pounds on learning everything, but not able to actually take their first step in owning property. So I wrote a book on fractional real estate. Fractional real estate simply means instead of a Mr. B looking for £150,000, which forms a part of deposit or refurb to bring the value of a property up, we might just become the bank ourselves. All right, we just become the bank ourselves to owning properties together. So rather than us waiting to own everything, we want to start positioning ourselves to co-own something. And I strongly believe this is the way forward in terms of a new definition on how we can start to own property without spending so much money into the property education trap and space and not being able to take it, taking any sort of actions, but being able to come together and own assets. As I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, this has been built from the viewpoint of helping so many individuals, train them, coach them to actually own properties for themselves, but as well as looking way back from that and also now looking at how can we, rather than just investing so much money in learning without having results, but actually coming together with an expert such as myself and then building a collaborative portfolio which gives us the opportunity to, one, earn in a shared structure, and two, share the capital future valuation of that property. And at the appropriate time, you can obviously exit. Exit meaning you sell the share of what you've invested into that property. As a typical example would be, for example, coming in at a minimum of £10,000 to own an asset with your multiple of your friends, and when the time is right, you sell the same £10,000 worth of asset, but with an appreciation of whatever that £10,000 has accumulated over a period of time. It's revolutionary, it's new, it's not really out there right now, but this is the way forward so that we can start to co-own properties. As I mentioned, I wrote a book about this called Fractional Real Estate, Reinventing Property Wealth for Everyone to Getting Themselves on the Ladder. Now, fractional real estate is not something that is new. It's not something that is completely new. If we look at the concept of a job from the African perspective, it's an old wisdom that comes from Ajo Susu, as called in multiple African countries and as well as in Jamaica. It's called pattern, if I'm right in pronouncing that name correctly. that money maybe for a wedding, maybe for funeral, maybe for holiday or something. But the whole purpose of a fractional real estate is the same method, but in a structured wisdom, which is modern, co-owning properties rather than trying to own one property alone. So a collective wisdom, modern legal structure, and accessible ownership for everyone. So basically, this process is democratizing real estate for everyone. It's currently not very well promoted in the public spaces. However, structures like I'm building is allowing people to hear first-class information. So I'll give you a typical example with the slide you can see on the screen. A fractional real estate is as broken down as easy as this. So look at the screen and look at the picture that is on the screen. You can see we currently have 6 individuals. We have one house. So the house is, for example, £1 million, and that, as an example, over £150,000 shared among 6 individuals. About £150,000 and above being split across 6 individuals, and that gives you that asset. The asset produces cash flow month in, month out, year in, year out, with management fees allocated to it. And then that same property doubles in value. And statistics can clearly say that over the last 1,000 years, property doubles in value in the United Kingdom, and every 10, 15, 20 years, sometimes, depending on locations, a minimum of 5 years. So fractional real estate allows many people to own one property together. Everyone owns a share through an XPT structure, participate, and everyone has the opportunity to build wealth. Absolute way to democratize wealth creation using fixed assets. Properties never disappear. They're always there for us to see, and it's almost a lifetime. So together we can own more properties, and together we can own the blocks of flat. But as an individual, you can only go as much as you alone. The opportunity is limited to you. So together we can do more. As I mentioned before, this is not new. We naturally do this as Africans. It's an old wisdom, but currently now in a modern legal structure, backed with assets. So, just 4 steps to kind of give you how it works. So, pool capital in a structured manner. Like I said, there are regulations. However, this is the reason why this only can happen and discuss in a closed circuit, just like this. So, pulling capital together rather than one person trying to find a deposit for £1 million asset. However, 100 people at £10,000, that gives us £1 million. We can own £1 million property that will be producing cash flow month in, month out with a minimum fixed time within a structure. We create the ownership through a structure, an SPV structure, and the participant holds a documentation with the legal framework, with the structure, protecting and providing clarity on how it works. The property is professionally managed, month in, month out, year in, year out, and participate is then distributed with their share of the rent every single month or every single year. Specifically, how we structure this one is a structure that repatriates the renter share on an annual basis due to voids and other maintenance that could come up on a monthly basis. So again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the conversation, £10,000 times 100 people gives you £1 million. So imagine how many properties can be co-owned on a year in, year out. So rather than trying to overlearn property education, you overlearn property education but taking absolute actions by doing property collaboratively rather than doing property alone. Here's a typical example of a founders round that is currently available to be able to participate. So this is a current property that the first round when this was issued was with around about 21 individuals who were already within my network. So we were able to come together. This current property is worth £1 million, 21 people, minimum £10,000. That was able to get us off the ground. This property is currently launching a new round of closed circuit members to co-join and co-own this property. Currently, this property produces 77,400 per annum. The minimum time to hold the asset is 5 years, and after 5 years, you can either choose to put in a 12-month notice to sell your shares, and then you'll be replaced if you need to sell your share, or otherwise you can stay there and just take this on a larger scale. So, as I mentioned, combined ownership and learning is also available. So this is where I help individuals as well to mentor them whilst they participate in the process of learning how, if they choose to do this on their own, they can go and do it, or they can obviously participate with ourselves, or rather with myself. So, although there is a process to doing this, I've only been given about 20 minutes to speak, and I hope I'm doing well for time or otherwise, because I know there'll be a Q&A session. So there is a mentorship route where I still teach people on how to invest in creative property strategies, from buying properties to refinancing them, to as well as using creative strategy to control other people's assets, or raising private investors' capital, or even help you, mentor you to create your own fractional model. That comes with about £3,000 a year for mentorship. And however, for those who participate with the Founders Round, which it's around the corner to launch the second one, all you need to do is be part to co-own a £1 million asset. Properties based in Bromley in London, currently producing over £70,000 a year. So, at this point, if anyone wants to get to know more, find out more, and want to have a one-to-one conversation with myself, there is a screen QR code for the way we own properties and increase our wealth. Just imagine this for a minute. £10,000 owning you different types of properties across the United Kingdom without having to find £100,000 at any given point in time. And that produces you cash flow without sweat, without stress, without property management, without all the headaches. Imagine what that would mean to you. So scan the QR code if you want to have a more conversation or engagement with myself, and then we will look forward to working together and building collaborative wealth as a new revolution for African diasporans or Nigerian diasporans in the United Kingdom and beyond. So thank you guys for listening, and I'm open to any sort of questions. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Daniel. I hope you can still hear us.
Absolutely, I can.
Okay, awesome. We've got some questions for you, so I'm just going to go around. Let me ask mine, and then we'll go around. So, for many people, I've noticed that the biggest concern sometimes is not the property, but the trust, especially for us Africans. So, how do you build that governance, transparency, and accountability needed for people to confidently invest together?
Been in the property space for nearly 10 years plus, and been able to build cross-border property portfolios and property transactions. So credibility comes first. Who are you dealing with? How credible are they? And that's one part. And then Is it a tested model? Is there been participation? I have documented my entire journey from the get-go, for example. I've raised over 2.5 million, and that is captured through my social engagement for the last 7 years plus. So credibility is one part. The second part is making sure that the structure is properly built. So within the framework of how we have built this, we have a financial advisor working directly with myself to create the structures and allocate appropriate shares to the ownership. And thirdly is providing reporting on how the rental income is going month in, month out, year in, year out, by sharing the report analysis on rental income every single year. The third part is the ownership structure. Ownership structure is a share is allocated within the SPV that owns the asset. So generically, as an example, an SPV means special purpose vehicle, a company as an example. So if you are buying into an asset that exists in that structure, first of all, there are clear documentations of the structure of the ownership. So in land registry, it shows, for example, ABC company owns the assets. And then for you who has participated in the shared ownership, it shows that you have a 1% or 2% or 3% share. Obviously, as I mentioned, there is no limited amount, but the starting point of £10,000 own a share, for example, in an asset that is £1 million, which means you own 1% share of that company. And then those shares, you're issued with a share certificate. So the process is pretty transparent, and the process and vetting conversation is discussed with myself and the financial advisor who I'm currently working with. So in terms of the transparency, the trust, so as I mentioned, I've been in the space for nearly 10 years. I've built a personal network, and as well as a track record of raised capital, and as well as it's an asset, it is owned, it is seen, it is felt, and it can be verified. So you're not giving money from investment, you're co-owning an existing asset, or you're co-owning a new asset. So the trust is within that structure.
All right, thank you. Dr. Daniel, thank you so much for answering that. So if you can be brief, how many minutes roughly?
About 2 minutes left.
2 minutes, okay. So if you can be brief, but we've got a lot of questions for you. So let's go.
If I was to invest, let's say £20,000, what return on my investment yearly would I get?
So the thing is, the way this way is worked at currently is worked at for £20,000 to co-own an asset like this, producing over £70,000. Your share, preferred share on return on your capital, because it's rented share rather than it's rather than an investment, which means ROI. So the share is based on the yield on the rent. So in this particular asset, the gross yield on the actual income on the asset is over 8% per annum. So your preferred share on the return in the capital after all costs of management will be in the region of about minimum 5% preferred return on the yield, and the growth allocation on the particular asset per year is in the region of about 7% minimum. So when you look at both ways round in terms of how much is the asset growing and how much are you earning on rent after cost, it's absolutely a no-brainer. So minimum preferred return around about 5% yield.
Thank you very much for this session. I have two questions. One question is what's the opportunity for people outside of the UK to participate in the opportunity, and also how is the risk kind of mitigated in terms of, let's say, drop in the property prices, and stuff like that. Also, do we get access to transparency with respect to the tax and all those bunch of stuff?
So there's two things in the question there. So the first part is what are the sort of guarantees in terms of rentals, capital appreciation of the asset. I'm sure, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so in terms of guaranteed growth on assets, so there is no guarantee on appreciation of an asset or depreciation of an asset. I'm sure you probably will know that it's asset. So assets go up in value based on economical and government policies and lending, or rather Bank of England rate interest rates. So there is no guarantee. But again, if you really look at deep, the market in specific locations do grow every 5 to 10, 20 years. So one of the things that we do is to provide the actual detailed projections of how the market has performed in a particular postcode 20 years backward and 20 years forward, which allows us to make an informed decision. So I'll give one more example very quickly. I bought my first property back in 2006 for £250,000. Today, the same property 20 plus years later is worth over £850,000. So the statistics are there that not every time property prices crash, subject to location, especially around the south and around the Midlands. So that's the other part of that answer. The second part, in terms of protection, protections are things like insurance policies, guaranteed rent insurance policies, as well to protect the rental income or to protect other hazard that could happen in the property. Example would be fire or any other unforeseen circumstances that can happen in the property. So insurance are taken out to protect any other risk, to mitigate it.
Very much. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Daniel. We're now going to take a 15 minutes networking break, and then we'll come back for the next session. So thank you, everybody. Feel free to stretch and network. And please visit all of the exhibitors' stands. There's eminent financials there, Dami Bakes, if you want to have conversations. There is also Hope Screen right there at the back. So please engage and network. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really. Okay, so the default is
London side.
it's not replicated.
But the main thing is they have every day because sometimes it's not have a session and if there's no people who are they can at the end of the
That commute is nice, going the opposite way. Where
big stack turned out in a paint. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a paint. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0.
All right, can we get everyone back in, please? We're going to start the next session. Please, can we put everyone back in? Event coordinator.
Sorry.
Please, can we get everyone back in, sir?
Sorry, I need to.
I am. You're the event coordinator.
Yeah.
I said, like, it's other people outside. That's, can we get everyone back in? We're starting the next session, please.
We've got some snacking here before lunch.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Becca, can we have some snack in here before we go for lunch? I know everyone might be hungry.
Sure, that was great. I saw a lot of people connecting. So please take note of those who haven't.
And then please, when Fire
with,
comes,
yes,
this is for Fire. When
make
she
sure
comes.
to connect with them.
Okay, that's fine. I will.
If you're on Instagram, you can follow me. My name is MC Missy UK on Instagram, and I'll follow you right back from this event. Please make sure to use the hashtags that we mentioned earlier.
Dr. Zina, I got some snacking here before we go for lunch. I know it might be hungry.
2026. What was the second one? The second one was the Mindset Millionaire UK on Instagram, and I'll follow you right back from this event. Please make sure to use the hashtags that we mentioned earlier.
Dr. Zina, I got some snacking here before we go for lunch. I know it might be hungry.
2026. What was the second one? The second one was the Mindset Millionaire UK on Instagram, and I'll follow you right back from this event. Please make sure to use the hashtags that we mentioned earlier.
Dr. Zina, I got some snacking here before we go for lunch.
So many people have skills and many have opportunities, yet something invisible keeps holding them back. And that is what we're hoping to tackle with this next conversation. So please welcome, put your hands together and welcome forward Dr. Ekwa and Shakirat. Thank you very much. Shakirat, please. Thank you. Yes, anywhere is fine. Do you need this mic?
No, there's another one. Okay, I think we have 25 minutes, Dr. Hepburn.
All right, okay.
I'll do my 5-minute session and you can do your presentation.
All right, thank you.
I met Dr. Hekwa at a roundtable discussion with the mayor of Oxford some few years ago. And I connected with a story talking about trauma, especially looking back into generation. And that really hits deep because, I shared that before, the business of healing. And one thing is very powerful about who we are as an adult. A lot of things that we go through, our behaviors, our presentation, stems from our childhood beliefs. The trauma, which is broken into 3 different sections. The abuse, the neglect, and the household dysfunctions that we go through. Some of these things impact us in our present life, but we don't know. For instance, Dr. Daniel spoke about how he would coach some people, and even after the coaching, they still might not have the confidence to go and execute. Why? What's the block? Now, those are some of the things we look into when we are exploring the conversations around trauma. And someone also said something around wanting to show up, but they remember the families. Okay, it was Dariatu that mentioned about families just talking you down on your dreams, and you think, oh, this is impossible, and then you just neglect that dream. That person talking you down, what has happened to them? Because they're talking you down based on their experience. They might be doing it out of love, but what has happened to them for their thoughts to be misaligned with what you are thinking? And so that's why I thought it would be good for us, Dr. Ekwa, to look into the topic of trauma, how it affects us as an individual, how it affects us as a community, and how it's even affecting the way that we position in the works that we do today. So give it up for Dr. Ekwa. Your time now.
Okay, thank you very much, Shakirat. And I remember that day in Oxford.
Yeah.
But we did connect, and we've actually sort of been in touch over 2 years. And I'm so privileged and grateful for giving me this opportunity. I am actually a trauma-informed practitioner. I was trained by Trauma Informed Schools UK, and some of the issues that I'm going to be talking about will also sort of lead to sort of my own sort of training, also across from what I call a multidisciplinary background. So would it be possible to have my slides, please? Because I'm, right. Yes. Yeah, okay, I think I'm probably much better off standing. Okay. Right. Yes. This is it. Thank you. So, one of the things that I thought would be important is to actually, first of all, look at the title of this, or the theme, the overall theme. So I started off looking at Awaken My Millionaire Mindset, Healing Generational Trauma and Overcoming Success Blocks. Can I have the next slide, please? So the first thing I kind of like looked at was, when we talk about millionaire money, what are we actually talking about? Who do we, when you hear the word millionaire, what do we not, what first of all comes to the mind? It's usually about money. So a millionaire is an individual or a household. That is their definition, with a net worth of $1 million or more. Net worth is mathematically calculated as total cash, investment, real estate, equity minus total abilities, mortgages, and debts. So we also looked at real estate today, looking at money. So a lot of people, when we talk about money, millionaire, it's always sort of linked to capitalism, it's linked to money, because that's just the way society has defined who we, when we talk about. Even when we're talking in terms of knowledge, people would say, oh, you've got a wealth of knowledge. Wealth of knowledge is linked to education. Education is linked to how much success you've had in education, which is still linked to money, because the more you have to study, the more you have to pay for it. As we know now, in the UK, you want to get a master's, you want to take out a loan, a PhD, which I had to do, and I know how much that costs me to actually get my doctoral degree. A lot of people were like, I can afford it, but that is where I get my wealth of knowledge. So it's still linked to capitalism. Next slide, please. So if we are talking, why am I actually talking about money in that way? Because let's look at the root, one of the root causes of generational trauma, inequalities of health and wealth. One of the things we looked at is Britain and other industrialized nations that have now created social stratified societies. Our societies are socially stratified, built on inequalities in society, because when we're actually talking about people, we link them to what they do. The first thing people ask you, what's your name? Or when you're introducing, where do you work? What did you study? Where are you? In terms of your educational background. Not because of the fact that people are cruel, but that's just the way society has been organized. It's stratified in terms of what you do. Now, can I have the next slide, please? So how do we assess people over here in the UK in terms of where you are, in terms of the social status or social ladder? So you have the NRS, which is the National Readership Survey, that actually is used to classify people. This is how people are classified in the United Kingdom. You don't need to know how much a doctor earns. Just go on the NRS, and you could actually see where your salary scale actually starts. So A to E social grade system, and I'm not talking about the royal family, they're actually in a class of their own. But ordinary, day-to-day people, you have A doctors, solicitors, CEOs, and senior civil servants are actually at grade A. So this is how much they will be earning. B intermediate will be managerial, teachers, scientists. C1, C2, D2. You could see how this actually, so your social status is actually not, it's based on where you are in terms of the national, because people can automatically know how much you earn in that. So when you apply for a job, it would tell you starting from, because this is what you would earn. That's what you're going to earn. Unless you decide to move up a ladder and go and do, like senior leadership or become a CEO or that. Okay. So now, if people are being socially stratified, how do we now actually move up the salary scale? How do we actually get away from that? How do we create a millionaire mindset? How do we actually move away from generational trauma? Because that can be quite traumatic for us. Because your education is going to be linked to your wealth. If this is what industrialized societies are telling us. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? So, it is very impossible to move up the scale, especially when we're coming from black, what they call the so-called minority backgrounds as well. Now, we saw that a lot during COVID, where the majority of black people and minorities were the ones who were actually affected, And I'm looking at around this time, we were all at home, and I started doing research on the impact of COVID-19 on minority families. Access to education, people had to go home and work from home. Who had access to laptops? I was teaching from home, and I realized that a lot of my own students couldn't log on because they didn't have laptops. That was the first thing that we had to raise. But obviously, exams were cancelled, so much going on. If you only lived in a one-bedroom apartment, people were actually huddled in one room. So much was going on that actually affected so many people in terms of their mental health, in terms of their health, in terms of their, some people were like, oh, we loved COVID, it was good for me because I could work from home and, I could take a walk in the garden and all that. But we understand the traumatic effect that had on so many people. So that was where we looked at, even with a social stratified society, with the double impact of issues like this, how just created so much anxiety as well. So this is one of the issues that we're also taking into place in how do we awaken your mindset and how do we move away from generational trauma? Because the parents were at home, the children were at home, everyone was just traumatized that way. And we found out that GCSE and A-level results were not good that year. So how would people now get into the right courses that they wanted to go into at university to become scientists or to become teachers, so that they could actually move up that salary scale that we're already locked into in the UK because of the stratified way through which wealth and health is always being measured. Can I have the next slide, please? So now, we are now looking at 2026, where a young black girl, I don't know how many of you have seen this particular Vogue magazine. When I was looking for an art, because I did want to just sort of talk about theories. How do we put theory into practice? How do we, I could go on and on about institutional racism and, colonialism, but I always like to make sure that we take it to the real as well. So now, along the lines, I saw this cover of Vogue magazine and found it that this young black woman is now Vogue, Model of the Year. Vogue Model of the Year 2026, despite all the structures that have been put in place to actually sort of stop people like her. Not your typical model look. It's now become Vogue. How did she do this? This is where we're overcoming and the strategies. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, before I start looking at Anokia, her name, I hope I'm pronouncing it well. I do apologize. But we also have to go back again and look at the word model. When we look at model, what comes into mind? You have people like Giselle Bundchen, Adriana Lima, Heidi Klum, and Kate Moss. Your typical white, blonde, typical what we call stereotypical model look that Western society has depicted and saying this is the model or this is what we all need to aspire to look like. Now, this is the income, right? It's not even on the NRS because they are in a completely different category of their own. The world's richest models, according to Forbes, have built networks ranging between 40 million to estimated $400 million by expanding into business empires, reality TV, and global branding. So this is how they create income. And when you look at the list, we look at ourselves and say we can't even aspire. So how did this young black girl actually overcome this? Can I have the next slide, please? Can we go back again in Cairo to parents who fled the genocide in Sudan? Trauma in itself. So you've got the generational trauma. A young girl who had to flee with her parents in 1977 to come to America when she was 3 years old. And the usual coming into America, it's not going to be easy. Her father worked with disabled children, so which makes him a carer, which makes him on the class D, on that social stratification, because that's how much he's going to be earning. So you can imagine manual, semi-skilled manual on the national social grade occupational classification. So you also understand, like we also said, how race and ethnic origin will impact social mobility. So where is she going on that? What are the ways through which, with obviously, and parents who just want a place to just hide their heads and carry on with life. So in her own words, she recounts, this is an interview now, years coming on, how she was considered the ugliest girl at school, living in racist New Hampshire. So can we go back to her face? Thank you. So back, and they called her the N-word. And she said she had people pour buckets of water on her from the 3rd floor. She's walking and, they'll just, pour water on her. So this is somebody, who is living like a nightmare. You're fleeing genocide into, racist New Hampshire because obviously structure of society, the way society, is structured in non-Western societies. People will subtly call you names. I told you how I wasn't called names in my boarding school because people dare not call you, but being marginalized and just being my voice I couldn't hear my voice in class. How was I supposed to think that I could pass history, literature, and French? and actually go to university to study what? Because nobody even told me what I could even study. Talk less of passing the exam. So, but at least, you know, mine was still in a kind of interesting way, but I was there. One thing I did learn how to do was how to speak properly, because when you're boarding school, you learn to speak properly. Language I still have in my head, so but let's put it that way. Okay. So let me bring it back to this woman. So how did she manage to overcome that? Can I have the next slide? Now, sociologists and theorists and researchers, you know, who also look at how society changes over time. So even when you look in a structured society, culture shifts all the time. Technology, we've got social media and, you know, all kinds of things shift that they don't understand that human beings will shift with it as well. That's the power of human beings. So we now are living in what we call postmodernist society. Postmodernists, they argue that, look, society is now fragmented. You know, people have actually, and groups of people can make their own lifestyle. They make their own decisions. They choose from many leisure activities and other consumer goods that are available to them. As we also had our first speaker, you know, society, you know, you came in as a trained nurse, but because of postmodernism, nobody cares. If you can be who you are, because that's kind of what, you know, people, I don't know what to do, I don't know, you know. Now, compared to when we were growing up in the 80s, and even at that time in the 80s, my parents were even thinking, look, when they came into England in 1966, it was no blacks, no Irish, and no dogs. So at least, you know, we didn't get that. So you could see shifting in society at, you know, where we have things available to us and individuals and groups and communities can actually take advantage of that. So with that combination of that, I would actually say that Anouk was able to shift herself, take advantage of leisurely activities. And I'm going to go back to that. Can I have the next slide? Now, one thing that she had for herself was that she came from a close-knit family where she gained her own confidence in herself. As Shakirat had said, listen to your children, pay attention to them. You know, these are our wealth. We always measure wealth through how much money do you have, what do you do, and oh my God, you know, fine, nothing wrong with that. But we ground ourselves, we're individuals, control what you can control. No one can tell you how to raise your children. No one can tell you what you want to study. Nobody can tell you, as long as you have that conviction, as long as you have support. Now, she was privileged in having her confidence because of social, you know, and she states that her dad would force her to read dictionaries and encyclopedias. Remember what I said, wealth of knowledge. Once you start reading, they didn't have a lot of money, but they could go to libraries. These were the leisurely activities. She probably went to school, she still had homework. There's still things that she would bring back into her safe space, which was home. Her father must have been educated in Sudan, but when you come to America, you're going to be put at the bottom of the scale, especially when you're fleeing genocide and someone says, go work in a care home. You'll probably be just happy to be earning something and knowing that at least you could feed the family and have all of that and making sure that, you know, one way or the other, you're actually overcoming generational health to the wealth and trauma. And so this has been enabled her to challenge, you know, stereotypical concepts. Can I have the next slide? So this picture of her with her mother as well that is so powerful. So you could see that kind of bond that they actually share with one another. And she said, look, that she was able to challenge several images about modeling, particularly female models who are labeled dumb and stupid. So going in, she was able to use her words. She could speak and had that education. So the mindset was already there for her, so that she could go anywhere. She could be whatever she wanted to be. You know, no one was going to stop her from getting on a bus. So this fateful day in 2027, she actually went to Howard University's homecoming week. Now, I'm not sure if you know about Howard University in the United States. It's actually it's a historical Black college, university. When African Americans were stopped from getting into university, Black African Americans decided to form their own colleges. Howard was the first one. What's her name? The Vice President of the United States, the VP to Biden, actually is a graduate of Howard. So she went to Howard University. So she went to Howard Homecoming Week. It's like a celebration they have every year where people went. She didn't go to Howard, but just went. It's like going to the Notting Hill Carnival. This is where she actually went. And what happened? Somebody saw her, the photographer called Skunk Hall took a photo of her on Instagram and it went viral. That was what happened. And this is how a Nook story started, by being at the right place at the right time. Nothing. She didn't go to Howard, but decided. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, you know, I can't go to Oxford. Don't go to Oxford, just go to Oxford as a city and experience it. Do you know what? It's still part of it. You never know what you're going to meet there. I was at boarding school in Oxford, but I really did not want to go to Oxford University. But I was there, and I still go back to Oxford, and that's where Shakira and I met. Because I had friends who stayed on, but because of my own experience, I'm like, no, I can actually go elsewhere, but I'll come back to Oxford a better person with confidence, and I don't feel intimidated at all. So, in spite of success, she still faces racism, but has now become the voice for Black models in the industry because of her own voice. Now, the last slide, please, before I round up, because my moderator is telling me down 1 minute, please, and that's it. So, as a trauma-informed UK practitioner, because I also teach, trauma-informed schools, and also teach in colleges and across different institutions, including prison as well, where we actually say that it is possible for individuals to thrive when protective measures are put into place for them. Protective measures. Now, one key measure is the presence of one trusted, emotionally available adult. One trusted, emotionally available adult in school, community, or home before the age of 18, if we can. And this, according to them, can make all the difference. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that. Are we able to take questions? No? Just one.
Right, okay. All right. Yeah, okay.
So talking about trauma, you're not alone. We all have a pinch of it. Even the trauma that you've healed from, we all have a pinch of it. So I have a game, a quick game to wrap up. And I would want Dr. Ekwa to moderate the game quickly. It's called Put Your Hands Up game. And this is just to show that you're not alone on your journey of trauma. It's scary, it sounds scary, isn't it? But if we don't acknowledge that we do have it, there can't be healing. Where there is no awareness, acceptance, there couldn't be any change. So I know it could be scary to do, but let's do it together. We can do hard things, can't we? Yes, we can. Okay, so 2 questions. Put your hands up if you've ever felt nervous meeting new people. We'll do the first 2. When we come back, we'll do the last 2.
All right, okay. So if you're looking for a put your hands up prompt for a trauma-informed game, put your hands up if you ever felt nervous meeting new people.
And the next one.
Put your hands up if you've ever been afraid to ask for help.
Oh. We can take one more and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay. Put your hands up if you've ever felt left out.
Yeah. Yeah. Lunch now. Lunch now. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that game. So we are in this together. We look alike and we can grow together. Yeah.
Also, please give them a round of applause. Amazing panel session with Dr. Ekwa and Shakirat. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for that.
We're going for lunch, stretch, play games, to drink around. What amazing.
So our next speaker is going to be reminding us about financial well-being. And that the financial well-being isn't just about money, even though money can make us smile. And what if money can bring happiness?
We're going for lunch first. Yeah. People are hungry. Let them go find something to eat. Yeah.
And then we'll come back to speak about money.
Have you eaten? Yeah, I know people. Oh, yeah, people are hungry. Yeah.
250.
Millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time, watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Millionaire mindset. Wake still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out into pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out into pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Oh, millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out into pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you to ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out into pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Wake up, look alive, count your wins today. Small steps, big stack, turned out in a pay. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take your stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. One move at a time. Watch the whole room glow. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Keep that vision sharp, write it on the wall. Every missed shot still teaches you the ball. Eyes on the prize, hands on the plan. You were made for more, now take a stand. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0. Awaken your millionaire mindset 3.0.
All right, everyone settled.
Oh, thank you.
We're going to be starting the next session.
Thank you.
This networking is great. I love that people are communicating and networking and speaking to one another. Please network as much as possible. If there are people that you haven't connected with, please make sure to connect with them before you go. Every single person, so we'll be practical. Make sure you connect with everyone in the room before you leave here today. All right, we're going to move into the next session. Hello, everybody. I see some people are still networking. It's great, but we're going to continue right after this. Ladies. Only a few people. Has everyone had that? That's a bit more exciting. Is everyone having a great time so far? All right, awesome. Thank you so much. So we're going to be moving to the next speaker. There was a question I posed before the break. Can money bring happiness? Yes or no? Yes? No? Yes or no? Can money bring happiness?
Yes or no? I don't want people sitting on the fence. Yes or no? Yes? Yes? Okay. Yes or no? No. It's not grey area. It's not grey. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Can money bring happiness? Can money bring happiness? Yes? Okay. Can money bring happiness over there? There's a lovely family sitting there. Sir, can money bring happiness? No. Yes or no, sir? No. Why do you say no? Let's explore that. Uncle said no, but he's looking money all over. Can money bring happiness? No. Mommy said, okay, tell us more. Let me start with you, and then I'll continue.
Where will I start from? You know what, you can be the richest person in the whole world. What about if you have money and you've lost your health? Yeah, exactly. Health comes first. So if you don't have good health, you have all these problems. You might not have a great family. Maybe your children are wayward. That will not make you happy with all your money. I've said, okay. Face value. It will give you, level of security, level of happiness. It will surely do.
You know, do you want to add to that?
Money. You can have money, but you don't have a good family. No amount of money you have, as long as there's no good family. Family is more of a foundation. So with all the money you have, people see it. I have money, but you're going home crying every night. How can you be crying in a Bentley? No. The thing is, you're crying in Bentley. That's the thing. It's more of a fake life. It's fake living. Okay, I have a face, Rose. No, I'd rather cry on a bus. I'll cry on a bus, and I know I am happy. Happiness brings everything. Happiness, if you're happy, even without the money, because people will see. When we're saying there is no money, you still have, not as if you don't have. We're talking about.
All right, please give me a round of applause. Thank you. I've got a lot of people that want to oppose.
Yeah, quick one. They say the only things that are guaranteed in this life is death, and you would have to pay taxes. So it's the context, really. But just forget, there is no life without problems. So the question is, can money bring happiness? Yes, 100%. Focus on what the money can get for you, regardless of your ill health, regardless of your misbehaving family. Focus on what the money can buy for you. Financial freedom is actually important. You can do what you want within the amount of money that you have, and focus on the positives in your life. There will always be problems.
So it was good to hear both sides. I'm so sorry, we'll come back to the debate. You've got a lot of people in the room that wants to debate today. So I'm going to come back to you ladies on that topic. But it was great to hear both perspectives, because from that angle, money can't bring happiness if you have not got great health. And from your angle, financial freedom is everything. You're still going to die, health or no health. During that journey, it's good to have that financial freedom. Okay, so without further ado, we are going to now invite our next speaker. He's going to talk about financial well-being. He's going to proudly explore why that is not just about money, but perhaps also peace. Please, a round of applause to Demilade as he comes forward.
I think this is working, right? It's not working.
It's working, but it's not.
It won't be enough. Okay. Can I rent your table?
You need
Thank
to pay.
you. Okay, send your invoice. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing?
Thank you.
That's not very good. How are we all doing? Yeah, that's better. That's better. Can we do something very quickly? Can we all give Mrs. Okewale a round of applause for setting this up? She's done really well, hasn't she? Actually, let's take that further. Can we give her a standing ovation? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think the host gave me a mandate to make everyone happy. And I've seen a few, actually everybody has smiled, so I've delivered on my mandate. Right. You smiled when you were giving the round of applause. So I'll send my invoice. Well, this afternoon we'll be talking about, it's quite touchy. I think a lot of people don't like to talk about money. But before we get started, let's do a very quick exercise. Can we all get our phones out? Oh, your phone is... Oh, okay. Don't worry, someone will help you. If you just go on maybe ChatGPT or Google and type in there UK wealth distribution by ethnicity. It's not really good, I must warn you, but we need to know. UK's wealth distribution by ethnicity. Because again, remember, if we are trying to be millionaires, we need to understand where we are and the amount of to get there. So, anyone has it? Yeah, please. I'll give you the mic, just because you're engaged.
Thank you, sir. So, I put it into ChatGPT, and it's given me all of the different ethnic groups.
And the amount of
with an approximate median household wealth, 166,000.
Yeah.
Then second, we've got white British with 255,000. We've got white other with 115,000 to 200,000. And shall I go for all of them, or shall I skip to the bottom?
Skip to the Black Caribbeans and Black Africans.
And then, unfortunately, right at the bottom, we have second to last, we have Black Caribbean, £85,000, and I think I'm going to make
Where are you from?
sad here. Black African,
okay,
right at the bottom, 35,000 to 40,000.
Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, that's correct. As a matter of fact, if we go directly to the website of the Office of National Statistics, the figures are slightly different. Yeah. Can we have the next slide? This is our reality. So,
can we start crying?
So, the white British, they are at the very top, £314,000 median household wealth. And then very close to them is the Indians. And then the Pakistani household, Black Caribbean. And Black African, £34,000. The UK average is £287,000. Let's see where we are, £34,000. What do we think is the reason for this? What's the cause? Thank you.
If you do simple math there,
yeah.
If a white British has a pound, they are keeping a pound. A
We're
black
about 10
person
pence.
Is keeping 10 pence or 20 pence.
Yeah. So what's the reason? Why are we at the bottom? We don't have assets. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But there's a reason we don't have assets. Yes, ma'am. Yes, please. And then very close to them is the Indians. And then the Pakistani, Black Caribbean.
We need to go
and
back.
Black African, 34,000.
I think this really, for me,
the UK average is £287,000.
Anyway,
where we are 34,000. What do we think is the reason for this? What's the cause? Thank you.
There used to be a biological distribution of cultural supremacy as well, where we have the white.
So what's the reason? Why are we at the bottom?
So this
we don't have assets. Yeah, absolutely.
Dates back.
Absolutely. But there's a reason we don't have assets.
it's not a new phenomenon because we've always been at the bottom because of the negative misrepresentation of non-Western culture. India, because the closer to you are to one, it's not like you are better off in terms of race relations. That's also a historical reason. Black have always been at the bottom. Mixed race, there's all kinds of hierarchy. It also goes back to the US as well, during slavery. Sorry, I don't want to take the time, but when we start looking at it that way, once we look at the historical, it's not like we don't have money, but it's the way that we've now been indoctrinated to think we cannot. And unfortunately, because we live in this country, we don't understand how the institutions work. Once you understand institutional racism, then you begin to challenge it and say, no, I'm not going to fall into this category. Back again to the stratification of how the economic distribution, what are you studying in terms of the way your salaries are also being, how the salaries are also being certified. ONS, the Office of National Statistics, register scale is also. So as a teacher, I decided I'm not staying at the bottom. I'm going to get my master's and I'm going to get a PhD, so at least that way, if I can, move up that ladder, because in that way, that makes you a professional. Once you get into a professional class, you can start seeing how you can now start moving up in the world, because it's your salary that determines how you move on. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We will still, okay, 30 seconds.
Black caps. I think that's the word. Black caps, because we tend to support.
Yes, but that's not the reason that we have a huge gap. How much do you send back home every month? I know, but that's not the reason. And if you look at it, there's a huge gap between the Black Caribbean and the Black African as well. But let's move on very quickly. Some time ago, early this year, I was at the Black Tribe Conference in Canterbury. And I was speaking to a mental health professional, and she said to me that there's a mental health crisis within our community. And she said one of the causes of that is because people, can we have the next slide, please? People do not talk. Like, we are not trained to seek help, And I think the last speaker spoke about it, that we don't seek help, we don't speak up, And this is one of the things. We want to be our own therapist, we want to be our own accountant, we want to be our own financial advisor, we want to be our own all in all. And you cannot really scale when you have so many distractions around you. The next reason is we don't plan. A lot of us, a lot of people within our community, we have no plan for what we will do next if something should go wrong. If something happens to your income, we have no plan of what's the next point of action or the next line of action. And this is one of the things that is affecting us within our community. If you move on to the next slide for me, please. I'm sure a number of people knows who Abraham Maslow is. Abraham Maslow came up with the hierarchy of human needs, and he ranked them in order of priority. And he said the very first need for every human is a physiological need, which is food, thank you,
Water.
shelter, clothing. So what do those needs depend on? Anybody? What do those needs depend on? Money, thank you. How do you get money? You work to make an income. Exactly. And then it went further to say that after you meet all these needs, the next thing you need to do is to be safe and secure. Safety and security. And this is where most of us get it wrong. A lot of us just skip this and then we start chasing wealth when we are not financially secured. A lot of people, we all agree that our basic needs depend on our income. But is your income protected? Will you still get an income if you're not able to work? Yeah, income protection. Protecting because your income is, a lot of people will say, I was talking to a man and asked him, what's your most valuable asset? I said, it's my house and my car. And I said, okay, what pays for those things? What pays for your mortgage? What pays for your car? What pays for the car insurance? It's your income. So that's your most valuable asset. And it's important. A lot of us will have car insurance. We won't put a car on the road without an insurance. But the thing that pays for our own life and our children and our family, we have failed to protect it. And this is where we must start. Can we move on to the next slide? So if we look at the UK average annual income is about 35,000. 34,000. What does that show us? Most of us live from paycheck to paycheck. That's people that have it slightly better. Some people live from paycheck to overdraft, to credit card, then to paycheck. So one life event, the whole world comes crashing down. They have no shock absorber, no backup plan. Nothing is being put in place to make sure that their lives or life events do not derail their life plan. Sometime early this year, I got a call from a man who, he claimed he took my number from an online session that I spoke. And he just called me and said, oh, I want an income protection. And I was like, okay, that's quite specific. Within the black community, what people will say is, oh, I want life insurance, because life insurance is in vogue now. A lot of people are trying to get it. So he said, I want income protection. I said, okay, no problem, let's sit and talk. And I said, what's going on? He said, yeah, I want income protection because I'm currently not working. I said, okay, why are you not working? He said, I'm going through cancer treatment. I said, okay, tell me more about that. So he said, shortly after the session I had online, like a few months down the line, he was diagnosed with cancer, and since then, he has started, having chemo and all of that. And while having chemo, he was trying to still go to work once or twice a week. And I couldn't understand that because myself, I've had people close to me that's had cancer. And I know that chemo is something else. Chemo changes people practically. So I couldn't understand how it was going to work while having chemo. So he said, but one day, unfortunately, he fell. And they had to call in the ambulance to take him to the hospital. So he said afterwards, he went back to work when he was out of the hospital. And his manager said to him that, oh, we can't let you work anymore. You need to focus on your health and all of that. And he said to the manager, said, I need this job. I have a wife, I have 3 children, and I need this job to look after my family. Then the manager said, then go and claim on your income protection. And that was when he remembered that somebody said something about income protection. And that was why he called me. But unfortunately for him, it was too late. These are things that you need to put in place when you can still do it. Because no insurance company is going to insure an accidented car or a damaged car. You have to insure it while it's still in the full, And this is one of the things that, a lot of us don't look after ourselves well enough. And because of this, we don't know how to look after the next generation. I was in a room of over 200 black people. And the reason why, I'm more passionate about black people, but because there's a burning desire in my heart to change this. I'm all about awareness. A lot of people of black people, and I asked the question that, how many people in this room got an inheritance from their parents? Maybe property or lump sum or anything, and not a single person. And that shows that from generation to generation, we are starting from the scratch. Our parents started from the scratch. We are starting from the scratch. And the way we are going, our children will also start from the scratch if we don't change something. And that's not, the figure we saw for other ethnicity wasn't built by one person. It was passed down from generation. A few months ago, I packed up somewhere and somebody parked right next to me with a very nice car, and I love cars. So when he came out of this, I waited for him to come out of this car, and I said, oh yeah, nice car. I said, oh, thank you. I asked, what do you do? He said, I do windows. He said, windows, like building windows. I said, oh, okay. He said, yeah, I've got 3 warehouses in London, one in Manchester, one in Newcastle, and I said, okay, how did you get into that? I said, well, I've always been doing it, but when his mom died, his mom left himself and his mom had a life insurance, so paid out 500,000, which himself and his brother split at 250 each, and that was how he was able to scale his business. If that life insurance was still in place, he would have still been doing windows from building to building, living from paycheck to paycheck. And that is where the difference is. What plans are we making for the next generation? The fact that we didn't come from wealth doesn't mean that wealth cannot come from us. Do we agree to that? Yes. So, it is important that, we look after ourselves, we protect our source of income, our livelihood, ourselves, because again, from your income to your children, you're the most important asset. You go to work and you bring the money. They don't even have to think about it. That man that had cancer, now is I called him a few weeks back, and he said to me that his wife had to take the children back to Nigeria to live with the wife's sister, and now they've moved into a shared apartment because he needs the care from the NHS. So they have to look for a way to make it work. But now he's separated from his children because there was no plan. And this is where a lot of us, and to be honest with everyone, we all love our family. I know 3 types of people that will not say that don't have insurance. First type is the people that they know it's important, but they've not just been able to come around to say, let me sit down and look into this. Second type is the ones that they feel like this is a bit complicated and it might be expensive, I can't afford it right now. And the third one are the ones that just don't care. And I know that if you're in this room, you care about yourself and you care about your family. I've had a man say to me that, oh yeah, let the dead bury the dead, I can't be bothered. And I said, in this country, do the dead actually bury the dead? Funeral is really expensive. This is not Africa that you can just dig the ground and put someone in there. And it's so sad when people say things like this. And that's the reason why when you see things like GoFundMe for funeral, it's within our community. And we need to change that. It's not nice. Because I think GoFundMe originally was created for things like donate to a research project, donate to good causes, not a funeral plan or a funeral benefit. And I feel like it's really unfair on families that are going through emotional pain to have to then put their loved ones on the internet, asking people to donate £10, £20, £50. People that didn't even know you are, it's not really nice. And these are things that we need to begin to change. A lot of people will say, I sat with a woman and her husband, and she said to her husband that her husband was ready to, we need this. And she's like, no. I didn't plan with my God that anything will happen to me. I said, okay, madam, do you know anybody that sat down with God one day and said, yeah, God, you know what? I think it's a good time to have cancer. Nobody planned this thing. Nobody agreed this thing with God. The person that got hit by a bus or got involved in an accident didn't wake up in the morning and say, I think it's a good day to have an accident, except they are suicidal. So we need to start changing our mindsets, because a lot of us came all the way to this country for a better financial outcome. And if this is the financial outcome, it's not good enough. And where do we start creating wealth? In the mind. You start creating wealth in your mind. So there's a lot we need to unlearn, things that trauma and baggages that we brought with us to this country, and there are things that we need to understand. She spoke about understanding the system, the society, and that's where we need to start. Can we have the next slide, please? Let's look at a tale of two outcomes. So Mr. A, he had a plan. He made a plan. And then one day, diagnosed with stroke. He had stroke. But because he had a plan, his mortgage got paid off. He had mortgage protection. Because he had income protection. He's still getting paid $3,500 every month. His pension continued. he didn't have to stop contributing to his pension. So that made sure that, even in the long run, when he's old, he will still have some money to look after himself. And his lifestyle is preserved. The children still get to do what they love to do. They still have the extracurricular activity. The girls still go for a swimming class. The boy still goes for football. They still do the things that they love to do. They still go on 2 holidays every year. They get to keep the car. Let's look at the man that said, I didn't agree with God that anything will happen to me. He had 30K in savings. And to be honest, most people don't have 30K in savings. If you look at the average savings of an adult in the UK, it's quite alarming. It's less than £2,000. But this man was doing well for himself before stroke happened. At 30K in savings, he's having to pay his mortgage, his car insurance, his car finance. He's been going to the hospital regularly. Going to the hospital is not cheap. He's had prescriptions that he's taking every time. That money is all gone. He has mortgage stress now. Every time a letter comes in the post, his BP rises to 180 over 110. Just because he's scared that it's the mortgage lender asking him to pay up. That stress is there. His debt has increased because now he's spending from his credit card, he's going into his overdraft, and he stopped contributing to his pension. So even if he lives long, the crisis will live as long as he lives. That's the cost of not having a plan. Can we have the next slide, please? So, what's the solution? How do we build a financial plan? The first thing, like Abraham Maslow said, is protection, safety, and security. After you've done that, you've secured your income, yourself, your family, then you build a savings pot, emergency fund. And I understand that a lot of people struggle to save. It's quite a huge struggle. I had a session, a financial planning session with a woman who is a single mother of 2. And she said to me, Demi, I'm really struggling. I'm struggling financially. She lives in the north. She earns over £2,000, which is not too bad, But I said, okay, this is what we'll do. Go away, track your expenses for the last 3 months. Let's know where your money is going to. She went away, I sent her the Excel sheet to track it. She did it, she came back, and she said, I'm so ashamed of myself. I said, it's fine. There's nothing you want to tell me that I've not heard before. She said, I've been spending an average of £750 on eat out and takeaways. And I didn't know. She said, you will not know. There's no way you know where your money is going to if you don't track your money. And the very first step of achieving anything financially, of changing your financial situation, is to know where your money goes to. Track your income. I'll give you an example. Every successful business in the world, they have something called trading profit and loss account. Is that correct? And that's the way they track their income and expenses. They know that there's no way they will be in business if they don't track it. Because they will be out of business in no time. How much more you and I with the few £1,000s that comes in every month? The first step of achieving any significant thing financially is track your expenses, then set a goal. Tell your money where to go. Your money is like a toddler. If you don't give instructions, it will misbehave. It will go everywhere. You see this, you buy it. You see that, you buy it. You see this, you buy it. But when you have a goal, that helps you to streamline your focus. My goal is to get a property. My goal is to go into investment. I need £10,000 to do this. When you see that thing, you remember that if I buy this now, it will set me back. And that's how to go. Set a goal, set a target. Then move on to growing your money. And this is the part that a lot of people love. Yes, so we have a goal setting tool at the back. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, so that's something I 100% recommend. In all my financial planning session, I tell people, track your expenses and set a goal. And setting a goal is not about thinking it in your mind that, I want this. Because a goal that is not written down is nothing but a wishful thinking. And then grow your money. A lot of people like to hear investment. But that's not where to start. Because you can have an investment of £10,000 £10,000, and if something goes wrong, your income stops, you have to run to liquidate that investment. God helps you, someone has decided to blow up another man's country and the stock market is bleeding. That £10,000 can then reduce way further. Next slide, please. So just as I round up, these are questions that everyone needs to ask themselves. And you don't need to answer, you don't need to tell anybody this. Ask yourself in your heart and be truthful to yourself about all these questions. And if you can't find an answer to any of these questions or all of these questions, it means you need to take action immediately. There's an inquiry form that has been distributed. If you fill up that, we can have a one-on-one financial planning session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Big Lady. That was great.
Sorry, I was talking to you, but someone came in. I think I'll talk to you afterwards.
Is that free, Mr. Devon?
Yeah, we can have the initial one, and then from there we know what to do next. But trust me, it's not
approaching for free to understand where to start. Okay, please. Thank you so much for that. Please welcome forward Mo. Please put your hands together. We welcome for Mo. He's going to be doing a poem and the music for us. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, go forward. Please encourage him.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Okiwoli. You might know me as Mrs. Okiwoli's son, or you might not know me at all. Well, I'm going to be talking to you about why it's so hard to say no. Is protecting someone else's fragile comfort really worth sacrificing your own time, sanity, and energy? Can you think of a time when you found it hard to say no?
It can be difficult to say no, I agree. Sometimes it's because you don't want to disappoint someone, or you're seeking approval. Many people hesitate to say no, even when they're overstressed, overbooked, or just too busy to take anything on. Why is this? I think this is because we all want to please the people around us. We simply don't realize the extent which other people also have feelings of self-consciousness and anxiety. What happens if you never say no? Never saying no turns you into a human doormat. Never saying no makes you lose control of your time quickly and burn out. And never saying no makes you lose autonomy and identity. What is clear living without clear identity and clear autonomy? A question for you to think about. And again, my name is Mohammed Okiwoli, and thank you for listening.
Amazing, thank you. That's a standing ovation for you. Thank you so much for that.
I forgot to promote.
You want to sing?
Yeah.
All right. That's why I said poem and sing.
I'm not singing, but... And again, without everything I've said, I would like to promote my mum's business because in that book helps you if you struggle to say no. It's going to help you a lot, and I recommend getting the book. The station is right over there.
Thank you.
Really? I said, Mom, I'm going to pay for it because I gave it to him. I said, this book is going to be
How much is the book?
It's just £10.
Wow.
It's for self-reflections. And for adults, it makes you connect to your childhood, the things you wanted to do, but you missed up on. It just makes you reconnect to those moments. And it's amazing. It is.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so next we're going to welcome our next partner coming forward. Please put your hands together as Hope Spring comes forward to talk to us for a few minutes. Are you ready, Hope Spring?
Yeah, Mike. Sorry, can you come to the front? That was brilliant. Please give this guy another round of applause. Thank you. I've only got 10 minutes, but I'm going to quickly use 2 minutes to bless this guy because I work with so many speakers. I've been a speaker myself. How old are you?
11.
11. I remember my first speaking gig was probably like about his age. I was not this good. That was phenomenal. That was brilliant. That blessed me. Mum, is he a paid speaker? Yes? Yeah? Have you been paid for speaking? Mum lying. Have you been paid for speaking? Listen, this is your first paid speaking gig. Okay? There you go. This is your first paid speaking gig. This is a career. This is a job, okay? This is a profession. I get paid thousands to speak, okay? This is your first paid speaking gig. You're going to be a motivational speaker in the future, okay? Very impressive. Very impressive. Sorry. My name is Junior. As mentioned, I'm a speaker. I'm an entrepreneur. Have I got a clicker? No clicking? All right. Basically, I work with entrepreneurs. I build businesses myself. And today I'm here to share an amazing opportunity from one of the businesses that we've just launched. It's called Hope Screen. You might have seen us at the back. We're promoting a kids streaming platform. I'm going to tell you about that, but the reason I'm here, I know you guys aren't kids, but there's a big money-making opportunity for all of you guys here. So my background is I'm a business mentor, like I mentioned. I probably work with about 300 businesses a year, work with about 10 different universities. If you've been to one of the Russell Group universities, likelihood is I've designed some of the entrepreneurial curriculum and I also deliver sometimes. I'm kind of based at Greenwich University as well. But I've been in the industry for about 15 years and I wrote the book, How to Be a Student Entrepreneur. And I made it my personal mission probably about 4 or 5 years ago to make sure that people within our community, I'll definitely commit myself to them. And I started quite reserved and I thought about, I'm going to get 30 people a year. This last year, we've done about 50 people, got them to be financially free. Okay? But 50 people is probably just the size of this room. To give you context, in every year I could speak to about up to 100,000 people. Not all of them are black, but up to 100,000 people, so there's still so much more out there. My goal for today is to get 10 people in this room financially free, at least 10 people, to add to that 50. Okay? I don't know who it's going to be, but this is the opportunity I'm presenting to you guys. So, next slide, please. So, quickly, exercise for you guys. I want you to calculate, if you had an extra £400 per month, how many hours would you have to currently work to earn that? Calculate your hourly rate, whatever you do. Right? Can somebody give me how many hours? 12 hours? So an extra 12 hours a month could give you £400 more. Anybody else? 10 hours. So work an extra 10 hours. An extra 2-3 hours. Depends on your hourly rate. Now, do you have an extra 10 hours a week? Okay. Some people have to sacrifice, or you're going to have to burn the midnight hours. Do you have an extra 12 hours a week? Yeah? So there's capacity in there. Why aren't we doing that yet? Netflix. Too many distractions. Comfort. All right? Now listen, you're a human being. You do have comforts. You do have needs, okay? Every speaker said it, and please, 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 every speaker has said 100% truth. I do stuff in property. It works. I do stuff in, I took out insurance. I was that person, I don't need insurance. God will protect me. God does protect me, but damn it, the insurance there is good. Okay? So they get double protection. It's so true. Not all of us has the extra capacity to work an extra 10, 20, 30 hours. And even if you did, you're going to have to sacrifice something. Was it time with your children? Holiday? What are you willing to sacrifice? Because we still need to live. So the best way is to own an asset. If you own an asset, you make more money without spending less time. Right here, as I stand here and I'm delivering talks to you guys, I have 3 businesses all operating. If I go on holiday, the businesses still operate. They are outside of me. They're an asset. Okay? Next slide, please. So this is how you should start to look at business. This is how you should start to look at your income. All right? This is an asset. This is what I call the magic box. What's it called? A magic box. The reason it's a magic box because whatever your business is, whether you're a sole trader, an ice cream van man, or you're a lawyer, whatever it is, you should start to at least build a magic box. The reason it's a magic box is because every time you put £1 in, magic happens, marketing, sales, whatever, blah, 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 and let's say you get £10 out. Okay? So everyone understand? £1 in, £10 out. All right. If I had this magic box in front of me right now, how many of you will have a go on it? I'm going to ask this question again. Okay? £1 in, £10 out. Who wants to have a go on the magic box? Oh, thank God, you guys are scaring me. All right. How many goes would you have? As many as you can, right? So this is what you have to look at. Everything you're doing right now, can you turn that into a magic box? Can you look for opportunities that operate without you? The reason it's magic, because you don't even need to know the ins and outs. You don't need to know what happens. This is what the team does. This is what the systems happen. You just know that whatever I put into marketing, I get out. Or whatever I put into my time, I get out. So we've created this type of magic box system where if you invite somebody to our platform, you don't even have to put extra money into it, okay? It operates itself, you own the asset, but every time you invite somebody in, you get out money every single month. Can we get the next slide? So it's a streaming platform. It was $13.99. It's actually $9.99, okay? Now, the special thing about the streaming platform is kind of like Netflix for kids, but we are tackling the big problem of brain rot in children. There's no adverts on this platform. There's no algorithms on this platform. And it's primarily based for faith-based content. So we're teaching kids about their faith, teaching kids about their empowerment. We do believe that there's lots of stuff in there that's edifying. So we have great content creators, and we're tackling this big problem of parents having to watch over the screens and seeing what their children are watching. Here they have peace of mind. It's caught on wildfire because there's such a big crisis right now. If you ever see any Disney films, you see all the sort of hidden messages in there. Parents are now safeguarding their kids. Parents are becoming more aware. But it's not just about the quality of the content. It's also about one of the most dangerous things when I talk about brain rot is stimulation, overstimulation in kids. Even as adults, how many of us sometimes get addicted to our phones? Okay, you notice like they've got like all these HD TV shows and stuff like that. Your kids' brains are being fried by this HD. It doesn't need to be that high. It's almost like you have those cars that go up to 200 miles per hour. You live in London. Why do you need to go 200 miles per hour? All right, so that it doesn't improve the quality of it, but we believe it helps us. How many of you would go to a nursery? Let's say if you have kids, you go to the nursery and the nursery told you, oh, do you know this is what we have for breakfast? We have burgers, Coca-Cola, we have Skittles. How many of you would be happy with the diet that your kids are consuming at that nursery? You wouldn't. But even though your kids aren't consuming that diet physically, they're consuming that mentally. There's a lot of junk that they're consuming. So this is a way that we're helping parents and empower people. Where do you guys come into that? If you help us spread the word and help us support and spread the word, because I know that there's probably people in your communities and environments who benefit from this, you can get paid. Rather than us spending money on Facebook advertising and giving them all the thousands and hundreds of thousands of pounds, we can spread that through the community and you guys can build an asset. So even though your kids are watching TV or your kids are watching our platform, you're still getting paid. Your friends and family's kids are also watching it, you're still getting paid. Does everyone understand how it works? Okay, so next slide. So it is a growing problem. Over the past, this is a comparison over the last 10 years, not much has changed in terms of parents struggling with screen times. How many of you actually get your kids on screen time sometimes? And how many, when it's time to take the screens away, how many, there's a little bit of a fight or a tussle? You guys don't fight, just, you know, we're disciplined. So, but there is, in terms of inappropriate content, there's a massive rise. Almost 70% of parents are now concerned about that. In terms of too much screen time, there's about 55% increase. So it's a growing problem. This is a growing market. Now, the good thing as an entrepreneur, whenever there's a growing problem, there's lots of money making opportunities if you can solve the problem. So we've done all the hard work in terms of solving a problem. We've built an amazing system. People are hearing about it. People are jumping on board. Now is the opportunity for us to bring in partners who can also capitalize on this opportunity as well. And there's almost about 92 million Christians in terms of the UK and the US alone. Next slide, please. So how it works is, like I said, everybody that you refer, once you create an account, you get an affiliate code automatically. Right? You create an account, you get affiliate code automatically. Anybody else that uses your affiliate code from you anytime in the future, whenever they sign up, they get a 14-day free trial. After they use it, you'll get 30% every single month of whatever subscription that they're paying for the rest of your life. It might seem like a small amount, but over the course of your next couple of weeks and month, I'm sure you meet loads and loads of different families. And if you take it more seriously, you get more out of it. Some people say, hey, you know, I'm going to invite about 100 people on my social media page, whatever it is, and then great, that's fine. Whatever amount you earn from there, then that's what you'll be getting. At least you don't have to do any more work for the rest of the month. All right? Some people say, I'm going to go on holiday, I'm going to spread the word about it. Everyone you meet on holiday, great, spread the word. They sign up for your affiliate code. Even if you never see these people again, you'll still be making money on an ongoing basis. But the earning potential there is uncapped. We're not putting a cap on anything. Like we said, this is our way to reward people within the community to support. And the next slide, which I believe is the last slide. So this is the QR code, if you want to jump on board. I also have some of these here. You've got a QR code. The reason I said 10 is because I'm going to personally train and mentor the first 10 people. I'm going to personally train and mentor, which means, yes, great, loads of people are going to sign up and become affiliates, but the first 10 people that come from today, I'm going to be doing weekly training with you guys in terms of what to say. Business, so you never feel alone. Some of you might feel like, I don't have a social media following, I'm not very influential. It's not about that. All right, if there's a problem, there's a possibility that you can be part of the solution, and then you deserve to get paid. We're going to build the whole system. I'm literally going to hold your hand and walk you through it step by step. So that's the opportunity. I'm gonna leave soon, but I'm gonna also leave with some of these cards. So can't scan the QR code. Who wants to take one of these cards? I'm gonna just, you can take one. Anyone with their hands up, please just pass it along for them. Have we got any questions before I wrap up? Any last questions? Like I said, only the first 10, I'm going to sit down. I don't have the capacity, unfortunately, to work with everybody. Everyone else can still take part in the opportunity, but in terms of the mentoring, it'll be the first 10 people to create their account. So all we have to do is just create the account. We have a timestamp, so I know exactly who was the first 10. Those ones I'm going to invite onto a private call, and I'm just going to be doing one-to-one coaching and mentoring with you guys until the point where you feel like, hey, do you know what? I've got it. I've got the system. I know how it all works now, and it's just running on its own. All right, does that make sense? All right. Do we understand what a magic box is? All right, are you guys going to build a magic box now? All right, if you don't take anything away from today, please, 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 take action. I know sometimes you go to conferences and there's so much information. Pick one thing that you think is relevant, even if it's like, all right, this is the low-hanging fruit. This is the first thing I'm going to start off with. Or first thing I'm going to explore. Take action. Too many times I even go to seminars or I deliver and talk at seminars and I meet people and they take all the notes, they hear all the amazing speakers, and then they say, great, that was a good conference. Oh, I need to relax. And they put the notes on the table, and then nothing. Nothing happens, weeks, months. While the iron is hot, strike while the iron is hot. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the great speakers who've been blessing us today with some amazing content, and thank you to our brilliant host.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that. I was trying to sign up there, but hopefully I get to be amongst the 10 people. So the next person, next speaker, Ms. Ade, are we ready? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can we have the next panel forward, please? And then after this panel, we can have the person online, the next speaker online. So please put your hands together as we welcome the next panel. This would be Becca, Dr. Forward. Yes, it's your turn. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Is it?
They can switch off that one. Yes.
Is it okay now?
So you can just share amongst yourselves.
Turn away. Turn away.
I'm trying to run away from the light from the projector because it's right in my eyes.
Shall we go more that way then?
Huh? No, they can switch it off. The
Can you
projector.
switch off the projector?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's been videoed. It makes sense that we're sitting together.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Camera, are we good? You can hold it, Dr. Zuma.
Okay.
All right, please, as we settle in, please introduce yourselves and what you do briefly towards the side.
Oh, shall I go there?
Yeah, because it's the video.
Please introduce yourself, tell us what you do quickly, and then we'll move to the next place.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be part of this conference. I enjoyed listening to every speaker. So my name is Dr. Zina Lahaf. I have PhD, so I'm not a medical doctor. They always confuse that.
What I do at the moment is I help PhD students and master's students to finish their doctoral studies in a healthy way. And by saying a healthy way, I work more on their mindset. And I also help them with editing and proofreading their dissertations. I also work for a charity called Diversity House. It's based in Sittingbourne. So briefly, this is me. And thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Faye. I'm an event organiser and also a marketeer. So main responsibilities are sponsoring, helping with companies get sponsorship for events, and get obviously help with the marketing, content marketing, etc. And also event organiser. So if you have any events coming up, I'm your person basically. That's Faye McKenzie, event organiser and marketeer.
Thank you, Kira. Thank you, the team. I know that there's a lot of work that went behind this, so thank you for having me today. My name is Rebecca Makaza, and I'm a qualified chartered accountant, have been for the past 20 years. When I moved over to the UK, I made it my intention to learn the landscape, moved over to financial services industries, so I started working for AXA Wealth, moved over to construction industries, got stuck in between, decided to go to Oxford for my master's, and then that's when my accounting practice was born. And embedded with that, it's financial well-being. So I talk to limited company directors, high earners, sole traders on a daily basis.
All right, thank you so much for that. So we're going to dive straight in. We often hear that success comes at the expense of our well-being. But is that really possible? So we'll see. Is it possible to build wealth, protect our mental health, and still be able to enjoy life? Right? So in the first question, in one sentence, what do you think sustainable life actually means?
Okay. I'm used to having slides, so this is going to be a new experience for me. So I would maybe go with 4 words. I would say, these are 4 words that I use. So I would say focus, consistent, repositioning, and passion.
Thank you. What about you?
I would say consistency. There's things that you do daily that you're probably not aware of, but it's definitely consistency. It's determination. I would also say almost negotiation as well, because you have to negotiate your day. Some things you have to take out of your day to stay consistent and persistent, and belief. I would also say confidence as well, but belief in yourself. But the main thing is persistency and consistency. Without that regular routine in your day, you can't achieve any goal.
Yeah, so I support your point about believe in yourself. This is what I say to my clients and even to myself when I was finishing my PhD. So believe it, you will live it. That's it. Believe it, you will live it. And this goes back to, I don't want to delve deep into this model, but be, do, have. Be the person you want to be. And on a daily basis, do the actions that will take you there, and you will certainly have what you want. So this goes to setting goals. Know, what do you want? And on a daily basis. Can I ask a question? In the morning when you wake up, do you have your intention? Do you say to yourself, how do you want to act today? What do you want to believe? What I call power thoughts of the day. Okay? That's your guidance.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Okay, staying with you. A lot of people are not just financially anxious, they're mentally exhausted. How do we recognize the stress, or how do we recognize that stress has become a mindset barrier rather than simply a busy season?
Yes. So, stress is important, okay? There is a level of stress that we need on a daily basis to push us out of our comfort zone. We're not going to grow if you always feel that you are in control, you are confident, you're not shaking inside. If you're not feeling that, it means you're not in the right room, okay? You're not going to grow. So that type of stress is good. But when it comes to affect I'll give you an example. If you feel you've got butterflies in your tummy, that's too much stress. You need to manage it, okay? It becomes, a health. And I know it from experience. This goes back to mindset coaching. Do you know how to coach yourself? Do you know how to bring yourself to the moment, to the present moment? Just to calm yourself down. You say, oh, this is okay. I can do it. I know now I'm big, but I know I will figure it out. That hope. So it goes back to self-coaching. And unfortunately, because now I cannot delve to, but watch your thoughts. That's what I would say.
Amazing, thank you for that. And you can always, we're practical here, so you can connect with each of them. I think they introduce what they do, whether it's on Instagram, so that you can find out more, because we don't have enough time to dive into that. For example, so if you have a question, you can connect with them and take it outside of here, for any questions or guidance you need. They're open to mentoring, I believe, as well. Yeah. All right, Becca, let me ask you, from your experience, what financial habits quietly causes the most anxiety, even among people even among the people that earn really good income? What is that habit?
Okay, so I'm going to first of all ask the congregation a question. How many of you actually download your bank statement every month and look at it line by line? How many of you in the room who does that? And that's the answer, actually, but I'll expand on it. You can't control what you don't know. You can't correct what you don't know. You can't save money that you don't know you have or you don't have. You can't. And when you look at your bank statement, it tells you the type of life you're living. It tells you where your money is going. It tells you what you're into. It tells you what you like. And that's where we talk about financial well-being. What is financial well-being? What does that mean? And that doesn't mean having loads of money in your bank account. Financial well-being is different from each one and every one of us. Some people would rather go on holidays. They would say, I want to save my money and I just want to travel. And that is fine. It does not mean that they are not living their best life. Some people will say, I want to protect my kids. I want them to go to private school. I'm going to save for private school. That's what financial well-being defines them. So the things that blocks us is simple. When I talked about those 4 words, it's focus. What are you focused on? Okay, what is it that you're actually doing with your money? Where is it going? Do an exercise after this conference. Go download that bank statement. Go line by line and categorize what each and every expense mean to you. And that will also tell you where your mind is, what you're feeling. Are you going shopping? And you look at the occasions when you go shopping. What are you feeling when you do that? Is it because you're trying to make yourself feel better? Is it because you're actually doing it because you know, actually, I have planned and I'm going to shop because I've got the budget for shopping and I'm not going to stress about it? Or you're going to go shopping and go like, oh my God, I think I need to return all those things. Why the heck did I do that? Oh my God. And then you spiral. You get yourself into this loop. And some of the things you can do is, I'm a runner. I do a lot of things. So I go and run. The more I'm stressed, the faster I am. Yeah. Right? So I will check my trainers and go and run. Do something that you can work your mind and reposition yourself. As I said, consistency, reposition, and passion. And follow your passion.
Amazing. So one financial discipline, and I'm still staying with you from today, the moment we step out of this room, what is that one financial discipline? Not to check our bank statements, or?
Well, take out, that's one. The next one is, question, what life do you want to live, either currently or even when you retire? What does that look like? And that's what you should focus on. I mean, we had a financial advisor was talking earlier on who talked about financial planning. Even your kids, what do they want to remember you for? They say that we are the generation making wealth. But our kids are the generation that's going to blow it for all. Are you building kids that are going to blow the wealth, or they're going to keep it? Otherwise, we're going to keep going. So ask yourself, what are the things that you're putting in place to make sure that that wealth you're protecting, your kids are not going to blow it off?
Amazing. That's very interesting that you mentioned that about the kids, because it brings me back to Mo, and he got his first paid gig there. And it's good that he's interested in it, but many parents would say, because this is part of what Shakira does, and it's like, well, since I do this, I can just. They would usually almost force for the children to follow that path. It's great that he's interested and he started that. So what's your advice for parents, especially within the African space, where it's almost like they almost want to force the path to go through, whether it's being a doctor or being a speaker? So
Yeah.
What's your advice?
I'll tell you what's actually happening right now. I'll be quick and short. My daughter is in year 8, and at their school they pick their GCSEs in year 8. So then they did a career workshop, and she's passionate about acting. She's a writer, she's a poet. So when I saw your son, that was amazing. It reminds me of my daughter as well. So then we're like, okay, fine. Career-wise, we know that passion takes a long time to pay, and that is a fact. You can be passionate in everything, but it doesn't mean you're gonna reap the rewards. So I said we're gonna pick 2 sets of GCSEs. Let's look at what else are you good at. She can debate. She can sell you an orange. She can tell you the sky is green. She can try to convince you all sorts of things. And I said you might want to consider careers in that space. And then she was like, corporate law. So I was quite pleased because she said corporate law. Then I was like, oh, I can have a corporate and accounting law. Then I said, don't get excited. Okay? Don't. It's not about you. So what it is it's looking into your child, and we can't stop it. But at the moment you try to get in, you need to stop yourself and say, it's not about you. It's not, okay? It's about them. They want to do that. So it's really pushing them in the careers that you would have never done yourself. That's what they want to do, and also encouraging them, because I know that passion don't pay. So have 2 lines of GCSEs that gives them 2 careers. All the successful people have done that.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Faye. Events can look glamorous like this, but they're high pressure environments. So how have you learned to manage uncertainties, pressure, and setbacks without burning out?
Oh, that's a big question. Setbacks. I think everything in eventing is everything's to be calm. And sometimes when things don't go to plan, I do believe sometimes it's God's will. So things may erect itself from an event that you weren't expecting, and it can work out in your favour. I believe that in anything you can overcome. Definitely you can overcome. It's your mindset, basically. So if you're thinking negative, then the negative result will come out from that. If you're thinking positive, the positive result will come from that. You can turn around any situation, basically. But the key thing is to stay calm. Because if you stay calm with a calm mind, then you can actually make the right decisions. If you have a negative and confused mindset, unfortunately, you can end up making the wrong choices and wrong decisions when it comes to venting. But yeah, stay calm.
All right, amazing. Thank you for that. I was looking at Mr. Ade because that one question that I had in my mind was, how is he able to stay calm, like all through whenever he's speaking and organizing? So that's really great. I agree with that as well. Yeah. So another question quickly. So the culture we're in now, would you say that we're pursuing success as a people? Do you think we're being addicted to productivity, or is that normal and it's fine? We shouldn't be worried about that, or do you think there's just a lot of zeal to be successful and productive, and it's killing us or destroying us as a people?
I think the last couple of events I've been to, I've noticed is about partnerships. Even this is a partnership. I don't think we're being overproductive. Not in the events I've been to. I'd say definitely the last 6 months, and they are from different cultures, not just one culture. I just believe, and it's probably something I went to yesterday as well, partnerships is going to be the key. So, especially as a black community, it's about partnering with each other. No one can do anything on their own. We need to be together, and that's old cultures. I think we had the discussion actually at the beginning of our the session today. So if you can partner with somebody who's like-minded or business-minded, you can both grow. So that's one lesson I've taken from actually this week is partnership.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that. So, Dr. Zina, we're going to make this practical. Somebody has just lost their job. They have bills to pay. They feel completely overwhelmed. What's the very first thing you will tell them from an emotional well-being perspective? And then we'll come to you for the rebuilding of confidence and opportunities perspective. And then we come to you for the financial steps to take. So I'll come back to you. Emotional well-being. They've lost their job. They're overwhelmed.
Wow.
Can we swap questions? Can we swap questions?
No, that's
question.
Yeah, you can speak on it as well.
First thing I would ask them to do is write it down.
That they've lost their job?
No, write how they are feeling. They need to feel the feeling, okay? They are angry, they need to feel the feeling. They don't need to ignore it. They have to live it, okay? And second, acceptance. It's very important. You need to accept your current situation, not to give up. That's not what I mean. But accepting your situation and then decide what you want to do with the help of your mentor. But first, as I said, write it down. Write your feeling, your thoughts, your worries. You need to see them there. And then detach yourself from them. So observe that. This is what I would say as a first step.
Okay.
It's not going to solve the problem, but it's very basic first step.
All right, and because we're rounding up and we may not come back to you, your final word for the audience to leave here with, what's that one final word for their financial peace of mind in general?
Okay, yes. So, just pause and ask yourself, what do I want right now? And write it down. What do I want? Second, who do I want to be to achieve what I want? 3, what is one thing I can do on a daily basis to drive me where I want? And final question, are you ready for a discipline structure on a daily basis? Because it's not going to happen. You need to put the work.
I'll come to you, but can you ever be fully ready? Because sometimes you dive into a space, like I was saying, I wear many hats. I really can't be ready for everything.
No, you can't.
So
you do it anyway.
Exactly.
Do it anyway. You can't.
So even if you're not ready.
No, pretend. No, I'm not joking. I'm
It's
not.
a mindset, isn't it?
I'm not joking. You act anyway. Don't feel that, I have to be motivated to do it. Action brings motivation.
Yeah.
If this morning you wake up sad or depressed or, I think I should stay. I remember when I took that decision that I should be waking up at 5 a.m. to work on my dissertation before I go to work, my daily job. When I wake up in the morning, 5 a.m., especially in winter time, it's dark, you are warm in your bed, oh my God. You say, let me just stay maybe 10 minutes in my bed. And I say, no. That inner voice, lazy voice saying, it's okay, 10 minutes. No, it's not okay. It's going to be half an hour, then 2 hours, then 8 a.m., then all day you'll be regretting.
Okay.
But remind yourself, what is your why?
The why. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Amazing. So we're going to clap for all of them, Charlie, but you can clap. It's all right. It's all right to clap. Thank you for that. So, Faye, in this case, you're speaking to us about rebuilding our confidence and connecting with opportunities after being at a space where you're overwhelmed, you've lost the job, not you, the person.
Yep.
How do they start to build that confidence?
This is an example. It's networking. I have actually recently been in I am in that situation. I was in a company working for 8 years, well-known retailer, got made redundant in March, came up with a good redundancy package, but networking. So before I knew I was going to come out of this company, I made sure I network with companies that are like-minded. So, you know, you want to associate yourself with people who are wanting to build their own business or have their own business. Stick with those people. I would have to say, stay away from people who are in the 9-to-5 job.
Why do you want us to stay away from us?
In a way, because the mindset is to keep that job. So if you stick with people if you stick around with people who own their own business, you will stay with those people. If you stick around with people, I'm not saying sorry to those who have got a 9-to-5. I'm trying to do like this gentleman said, get people's wages to 45, 50, 100,000 a year. So, but if you stick with people who have the mindset that a 9-to-5 job is okay, you will stay in that category. This conference is about moving away from the 9-to-5. This conference is about owning your own business and coming out of this 35,000 salary. We're not going to do that unless you stick with people who are in the 100,000s, the £1 million. I want to be sitting with people who are turning over £1 million. You're not going to get there unless you stick with those sort of people. I'm not there yet, but that's where I want to be. So, you know, and I've said this to a few people who have been made redundant. Really immerse yourself with people around you who want to build their own business. And then I'm hoping I will grow from this event, and I will do an event like my sister here has just done. And I will have people in the room earning 100,000 standard.
Amen.
And then above that. So, going back to your question.
You said it already, it was just the confidence. So you stay away from people with a 9-to-5 mentality.
I'm not saying, but because if you're moving forward, you've got to have the right people around you. Birds of a feather flock together, that's a saying. So all those people at Cambridge, Oxford, they're sticking around with those same people. That's why they're all in Parliament, making their 300,000 a K, being MPs. They're not mixing with the paupers. So you have to mix with people. I'm a straight talker. You have to mix with people who are already there or on their way there. And that way you'll stay on that road. Read books that are doing that as well. So again, I'm not there, but these networking events, and I love everyone's mindset here, you know, it's all about just being self-sufficient and not relying on the system, basically, because we're not accepted in the system. So we should be beyond where we're at. But network with people who are ready to move forward and go earning those 100,000s.
All right, thank you so much for that. And also, Becca, this person, the next financial steps to take in this moment where they're overwhelmed, they've lost their job.
Yeah, so I would say I'm going to use my 4 words, okay? Because I always use them because it's practical, something I live with. So you've lost your job. Focus, first of all. Look at the things. What is it that you want to do next? What is that next thing to do? It could be, for you, it might look like maybe another 9-to-5 job, or it might look like maybe starting something along the 9-to-5 job. But I would say focus on an area, be an expert, okay? Find what is it that you're an expert for. Some people can tell, like all of you have stories, and you can sell those stories, and you can find relatable audience that can listen to you and sell that story. That's the starting point, I would say. If you lose your job today, what makes you? What is your part? What have you gone through in your life that somebody else can use, relate, and learn from? Sell that, yeah? That's the first one. And when I say consistent, if you do decide to do that, show up. Show up. Don't think about that idea today and next week you're on another idea and the following week you're on another idea. Before you know it, you've got 10 ideas going on and you haven't executed one. Yeah? So be consistent. Show up for that idea. Okay? You don't need a loan. Okay? So many people ask me, where do I get a loan to start a business? I go like, you do not need a loan. Okay? Use the resources. There is a lot of free stuff that is available for you right now. So the idea that you need a loan all the time has to come off your head. I started my practice without a loan. And now my practice ran on itself. I have employees that sit in the practice. So, but the loan didn't do that, yeah? I don't have any debt in that practice. There is only equity in that practice. That's what we should learn to build, equity, not debt, yeah? And when I say reposition, like, she left now, there was a lady that does styling. She started doing that, but she started doing other things. Don't keep, the same idea doesn't work for 5 years. If you have a 5-year plan, it has to change. So you have to question that plan. Is that plan still working? Yes, you started it 6 months ago, but is it still working? No. So how do I reposition myself in this industry? And that's what businesses do. You reposition yourself. And not only do you do that in business, you do that in 9 to 5. 9 to 5, you have a job, you reposition in that job. I didn't start off having a business. You reposition. When I started my career, I gave myself a year in each position in the same company. If I had more than 18 months in the same position, that was the time for me to leave. You're too late. Go for that next job. 18 more months, you have to move. You can't be 80, especially the young ones in this room, you can't be more than 18 months in a job in the same company. Move, okay? And that's what's gonna get you there. By the time you're 30, you would have already been in a senior position because you would have moved more than 3-4 times in less than 5 years. Okay, so do that, and you would have moved from that 34,000 pounds bracket. You would be in 80 or 90,000 by just moving, doing those steps. So that's what I would say by repositioning. Passion will always take you back to focus. It's a reminder of why you started in the first place. Passion, mine is God comes first, then family. And if any of those things are threatened, I don't function. So why are you doing all this? Why? And your why is going to get you back to focus, consistency, repositioning. Every time you get to why, focus, consistency, repositioning. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. That was a great session. Thank you. Thank you. You can connect with them if you have any more questions. So quickly, we're going to move on to the next speaker. The inquiry forms for eminent financials. So if you've filled out a form for eminent financials, please drop it to Demilade right there at the back, so that I can take it with him. So please drop if you filled out any form for the one for eminent financials. Then you can also fill your feedbacks forms as well for the host, so that the next they can get the feedback for the next Awaken My Millionaire Mindset 4.0. I don't know if that's one. Okay, so maybe for the next one, so fill out the feedback for them as well. So technology, of course, has made it possible to learn from anywhere in the world. We had Dr. Daniel earlier. So joining us from Barcelona, Spain, please give a warm Awaken My Millionaire Mindset welcome to Mr. Mike Lawson.
Yeah, we can hear you as well, but if you can be a bit louder, that would be fine. So I met Mike online, and we connected because of his story around ADHD. I think this is a growing conversation now about neurodiversity. This has been pushed away for a long time. The acceptance for neurodiversity. hasn't been something that we have taken on seriously until now. Is getting some awareness, and I brought Mike into the room to share with us how he's been thriving in business in spite of neurodiversity. Because one of the beliefs is that as a to explore some questions with you and hear how you, as a neurodiverse entrepreneur, has been able to do business and also thriving in it. So my very first question for you will be, what belief about yourself did you have to let go of before you could truly thrive with ADHD?
That's a very good question. What belief? I think the belief was a lot to do with not being good enough. I think when you have this kind of dialogue of people continuously tell you that you're average or you didn't do very well at school, like my experience in London when I was born and raised in London, the culture was a lot to do with if you mess up and then you treat really badly for messing up. In entrepreneurship, it's very different. You have to mess up to learn, right? So I had to definitely change that part of me of being worried about fear of failure and looking bad and all these type of things. Like, RSD is a very strong trait for ADHD, is being very rejection sensitive. So we often just kind of play it safe in life. So I had to definitely let go of that. That was a big one to let go of. It helped me to shut social media as well. So obviously, if you're doing social media content, of course you're exposed to a huge amount of people who can ridicule you or disagree with you or whatever, especially the topic I'm talking about, right? So yeah, that's definitely one of the biggest ones. There's many, but I think that one's true.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And the next question will be, if everyone with ADHD could adopt just one habit, system, or mindset right now, what would have been the biggest positive impact on their lives?
Yeah, you're good at the questions, aren't you? Do you know, honestly, there's a few things. I won't say one, there's definitely a few things. The first one's God. Like, this top of the list, like, it's God. Like, you just can't, nothing works without that. So you have to put God first. What I do, actually, so I can really just tell you how I start my day, because that's what makes the day what it is that I wake up, I splash cold water on my face, I don't touch my phone, I go for a walk, and I speak with God. The reason why I do that is because when you pick up your phone, it's very hard for a frequency like God to come through, or any type of wisdom that you might get or guidance that you get from if you are a believer of God. It's very hard for that to come through if you're sitting on your phone doing stuff, right, or you are watching the news. So that was one of the biggest habits that I did. Was I'd wake up, my phone would be the first thing I go for. The first thing I go for is a splash cold on my face that I get this set of dopamine that I get for the morning, and then I go for that walk. I do about an hour of that walk, or maybe 30 minutes, really depends, and then I come back, have a coffee, and that's my reward. That habit alone, just that first hour or so of my day, makes a big difference to how I show up for the rest of the day. So if it's just one thing, start with God, don't start with phone, and go for movement. It doesn't have to be a walk, it could be a run, it could be stretching, it could be the gym, but it has to be movement, and it will really help a lot.
Okay, so start with God and an intentional action, but not your phone. Not scrolling.
Yeah, because it's dopamine. Like, I mean, we can't start our day with a dopamine hit that will spike us up very quickly. Like, the phone does that, it spikes us up very quickly, which is great for us to get motivated to do anything. But then it makes us crash. We have to then climb up again to the baseline, whereas the walk will help you to go above the baseline and then slowly down to the baseline. So you're not getting the crash. So that when you do start your day, when you start maybe with your main activities for your day, you're doing it at the baseline versus the crash that you get after the deep swell or whatever. You're now trying to climb up to try and do that task that you have to do that day. It's really hard to be motivated to do something like that if
you. And the final question is, looking back, what do you wish someone had told you about ADHD that would have changed the course of your life?
Okay, one of the concepts I talk about in my course is about hyperfocus. Because hyperfocus is, there's two ways, a gift and a curse. So there is the hyperfocus on the negatives, and then you amplify the negatives, or hyperfocus on the positives, and you amplify that. Some of the mentions earlier about what you focus on is really, really important, what you focus on. But we've got a strong trait called hyperfocus, which means that we index. That is very powerful. It's like a superpower, right? So I wish someone told me how powerful it was, because what I used to do is I used to do rumination, which is like self-sabotage. So I'd always beat myself up. But that self-negative talk was what was making my life the way it was, very chaotic and not giving myself grace and basically showing up very unconfident and insecure or whatever. So I just wish I knew that it was a super powerful trait that I had, which is I'm hyper-focusing on the wrong things. When I started hyper-focusing on the strengths of ADHD, it just made me navigate my life differently. I saw things differently. I even saw money differently. Money, I had a bad relation with money. I see a different relation with money now because of how hyper-focused on the right things. How you invest the money versus how you spend it on random things you don't need. So hyper-focus is definitely number one. I wish I knew that sooner, how powerful it is.
Thank you for that. What I heard is to be able to focus on because the work of the mind. So what kind of thoughts or what thought processes are we having, are we producing with our mind? So you wish that you had been taught or you had known how to focus more on the more positive things earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It's because we're reinforced it. We don't see that soft negative talk.
Yeah.
We don't realize how powerful it is. We're just so used to doing it. Like, no compassion for ourselves. Yeah, and it makes our life weird.
Yeah, I like the sound of self-compassion. I think if there's anything I'm taking away as well from this conversation, be a reminder on self-compassion, not to be hard on ourselves, to just sort of focus more on the positives that is happening, regardless of how many negative things is happening in our life. There's so many positives there that we can also focus on. And we have the ability to switch the mind in a split of a second. If you were thinking negative now, we can, think about positive thing in a split of a second as well. So yeah, thanks for sharing with us. Thanks for joining us this evening. I hope you do have a nice time over there in Spain, and we look forward to having you once again some other time. Take care.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for that. That was very insightful. Our next speaker will unpack practical strategies for building financial freedom through smart investing. Please welcome Shows. Put your hands together as we welcome for Shows.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Beautiful room. I'm sure people are tired already. You're not. Even if you are tired, I can assure you, I don't know how to do, those things where you ask someone that's making it and they say, how are you doing it, my sister? You are making all this money, and they'll say, oh, we thank God. I don't do that thing. My own mouth, I will tell you exactly where it's doing. My goal with this session is the second that everything I'm going to tell you today is what I'm doing, what has worked for me, what is making money for me, and I'll tell you where, how, why, who, where to go and do it today, so that you are immediately able to take steps. Because I feel like sometimes we motivate ourselves so much that we don't take action. I don't want you to leave the room and you are now still looking. I want it that as you are sleeping or as you are buying your next bone straight hair, your spirit is pricking you and saying, this lady told me that this 50 pounds, if I put it in this place, it can become 100,000 pounds. This money, if I move here, that's exactly what I want to be able to do. Please, where are our slides? I know I have only like 25, 30 minutes, so I want to be very quick and get you through it. But while they're getting me there, please shout out to everyone who's spoken in this room. God bless you all. There's been so much wisdom packed into one day. The session that we are getting, multiple sessions we're getting here, they are what some people plan whole seminars around, just one. And the fact that we're able to do everything is amazing. So let's quickly go into it. I know you people are looking at my fine picture. Bros, they have seen the fine picture. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next one. Don't worry. They will learn who I am. By the time I'm done, I assure you, you go and check that. Who is this woman? Let's go to the next line. Yes, beautiful. If you can scroll up just a bit so that the screen is, the slides are fully clear. This, down. Beautiful. Guys, the biggest way that I invest, and I tell anybody to invest today, no matter your age, your class, anything, you can do exactly what I'm telling you today. You don't need a lot of money to start. You know there's some investment that you want to do, but you just know that if you don't have 10,000 pounds, for example, now you say, go and do real estate. Real estate is very good, but do you have 20,000 pounds sitting somewhere? How many of you have 20,000 pounds just sitting somewhere? Nobody. But how many of you have like 50 pounds, 100 pounds sitting somewhere? You people are not even raising your hand. This life is very wicked. So the biggest investment that I do, and that I tell a lot of people to do it, is the stock market. I want to explain the stock market in very simple sense to you. Imagine you walked out of this room and you walked into one of these markets in the UK, and you see this shop that usually has a crowd of customers, people lining up just to get stuff from them. And you look at this business and you say, there must be something about this thing that people are queuing up to do it. So you go to the owner and say, my brother, my sister, help my destiny. I have not come and sell markets in Baba Williams land. Please, how can I do this, your business? And the person says, my sister, to learn it will take you 20 years because it is a specialized business. But what if I could open my books to you? What if you could look at everything that I'm selling, how I buy, when I buy, everything, and you put your money in this business, and you are seeing all my books I open up to you. When I make money, you make money. When I lose money, you lose money. You can see my business. Brethren and sisters in the Lord, that is the stock market for you. But times that by 3,000, times that by millions of companies across the world. That is the simple way to understand what the stock market is. I feel like sometimes when I have finance people, and I love them, don't get me wrong, any finance person in the room, please don't abuse me, my sister. I love you people. But I feel like when our finance people tell us some of these things, the way they talk about the numbers, it just makes us afraid. You don't get the understanding, the simplicity of it. But when you understand it with what I've explained now, that it's literally just someone opening a shop somewhere, and you like their business, you want to invest in it, you understand it, and they open their books up to you. Every quarter, you see how they're making money, what they're losing. That's the stock market. Now, imagine that shop is Apple. A phone you use all the time, a company you use their phone. Imagine that shop is Samsung. That's the stock market. It's as simple as that. And guess what? Every single one of us can get in today. Let's move to the next slide, Sam. So why should you buy shares? People of God, I will tell you the truth. Money is very good. Don't let anybody deceive you. Money is good in this world. It's good. It makes things go round. See, if you have money, there's a lot you can do. Don't let anybody deceive you. Please. It is to make money. Even all of you, don't lie. When you were coming to this place, you cared about your mindset, yes. But you also cared that how would this mindset make me money? Yes. Okay, to earn dividends. Dividend is free. I always tell people, see, there's no orgasm in this. Hey God, I hope there's no children. There's nothing. There's no orgasm as soon as money. You know money, and it's not just money. Your money you did not make. Money your money made. You don't understand. You know the thing. You know when you make money, you don't know that we give our lives for money. That's what we do. People don't realize it's that you give your life for money because why? Our life is measured in time. So when someone dies, they will say she lived 90 years. She lived 100 years. But they could divide it and say she lived 88 months. She lived 1,850 months. They could do that. Or they could divide it in days or weeks. So, when we go to work, what do we give? We give our time. You give your hours, which turns into your days, your years for a company. And then you now give that. They now pay you money in exchange. You now use it to buy wosi. Is that not to village people? If you waste your money, you're wasting the time. Your life is what you give. So, imagine that money you now made was now making money for you while you are sleeping. My dear, is that not blood money, as they call it in my language? So that's why I said dividend and money that your money makes is sweeter than orgasm. It is good money. It's good thing to make money. Yeah? That's why you invest in the stock market. There's a lot of other reasons, but I don't want to take time because I want to get into the juice of the story. Let's move to the next slide, sir. Brother, you have to be very fast with us, so very sharp. So, you don't need thousands to start. That is what I like. See, the barrier to entry in a lot of businesses is very high. I just told you about someone's business now. Do you have 20 years to learn that business? If you want to learn, if you want to become an accountant today, certified accountant, do you know what you will spend to get there? This my auntie has been doing it for 20 years. She's saying 20 years that she's been doing it. Did she tell you how long she took to study to get there? All the time, effort, sweat, blood, sweat, and tears to get to that place. Whereas the stock market you can get in today, I tell you for free, when I started investing, some of the first stocks that I ever bought in my life was Apple shares. People of God. Tim Cook, he works for me, as I am like this. So, my people, even though it was 1,500 naira that I used to buy, 1,500 naira is like how much? Less than 2 quid now. That's how much I used to buy my first shares. But I will carry my shoulder like this because if they call the people who are the owners of Apple, raise up your Apple phone. You people are using my product. Yes, you are using my product. Why? Because I'm part of the owners of the company, even if it's 20 pounds that I put inside. That's what I'm telling you, that you buy stocks, you can get into such companies that you might not ever be able to even work in. How many people have applied to companies like that they want to work for and they don't employ you because they have higher standards? But guess what? Your money can be employed there. And your money has no color. It needs no qualification. It just needs to be at the right place. That's why you invest. That's why the stock market, I say it is the easiest way for anybody who has sense and who is ready to grow their money passively without working for a company. Your stock market is the best place. And guess what? 50 quid, 100 pounds, 20 pounds, you can get started. And what's more, I know some people will be looking at, this lady, her mouth is very sweet. She's just saying it anyhow. One single stock of Apple, I went to go and check, is 600 pounds. Where do you think I have this money? My dearest, I present to you fractional shares. With as little as £1, say, if you can buy a stock in a company. So with your 100 pounds, you can go and buy 100 different companies on the stock market. It's as simple as that. I raise you real estate. Go and buy house now. You want to do Airbnb, go and buy a house for 200. How much is it? Cheapest. Not even in these people's London. That's everything is just million query, like my mother was saying, just in millions. Even in other places like Birmingham and Co. in the bush, you still will have your 100 and something K. And let's say you get mortgage, you're still looking at 25, 30K by the time you think of stamp duty and all of that. Whereas the stock market, investing in some of the best companies in the world, you can start today with as little as £1, 10 pounds, 20 pounds. My goal today is to show you how your 200 pounds a month can get to 600K in 20 years. And I will show it to you. My own, I don't know how to make. Like I say, when I speak, you will remember. Because I don't know how to cover my mouth and be saying that, because you see this stock market, there's trillions and trillions of dollars invested there. And in that place, the stock market doesn't see color. It doesn't see your brain. It doesn't see your skin. It doesn't see your age. It just sees that you put your money to work in the right place. That's the way to do it. Are we listening? Are we awake? Beautiful. Let's move to the next slide. Now, before I go, I told you in the beginning, I said when I'm saying this, I will tell you the what, the where, the how, the who, everything is very clear. In this, my 30 minutes, I want you to be very clear to you that as I walk out, you can take your phone and go and buy these things I've told you about. But before you buy it, there's an account I need you to open. You see this account, it's called a stocks ISA, or a stocks and shares ISA. This country, as much as they like our taxes, they also love us. They've given us legal ways to get away from it. And this stocks ISA is one of the best accounts you will ever open in your life as a human being in the UK today. Why? It is the account where you can put up to £20,000 a year into it, and whatever you invest in there, it is tax-free. What do I mean by that? Let's say this my sister and this my beautiful sister both decide to listen to me and start investing today in the stock market that I talk about. Let's say this my sister, I reject it for you in Jesus' name, decides to invest, sorry. Yeah, in Jesus' name, sorry. This my sister decides to invest it in a regular investment account. And this my other sister decides to listen to what this little lady is saying and decides to put hers in a stocks and shares ISA. Let's say after 20 years, they invest £200 each month, and their money has grown to 600K each. And in that 220 years, maybe their total invested amount, the total amount they actually put in is 48,000 pounds each month, 48,000 pounds in total. Baba Williams, HMRC, will just look at them and say, well done, my two beautiful servants, for the job you have done over these 20 years. Dearest you that decided to use a regular investment account, how much did you invest? 48K. Beautiful. How much is your money now? 600K. Beautiful. Now let's do the deduction carefully. Okay, so your money is remaining 500 and something, right? 550 something. Now, please donate 400K and 40% to this account in form of tax. Whereas you see this, my sister, who listened and did exactly what I said about opening a stocks and shares ISA. All our own money is tax-free. She will not pay 1 naira in tax. That is the value of these accounts that any one of us in this room, so far you have an NI, so far you are working, so far you are in this country, you are working legally, you can go and open a stocks ISA. Please, if there's nothing you take action on this slide. Go and open a stocks ISA. Let's move to the next slide, Sam. So now, I'm sure people are in their heads are thinking, if only it was that easy to pick the right company that will go up. Is it not the same stock market that we're all hearing about, that the market is going down very easily, you invest in this company, your money has turned to zero? My people, I raise you exchange-traded funds. See, I know, even me, if I've made all this money, I always ask God, that why didn't I know this thing before? God said that you will not be here. You will be in Monaco. You will be lounging. So you will not teach people about this thing. You will be chilling. So that's why I know it now. But rest assured, my people, once the money lands, you will not see me. I will be in Monaco. Somewhere on the beach. Anyway, talking about exchange-traded funds, what are they? These are stock exchange-traded funds. And the easiest way to understand it is this. It is simply a basket of multiple companies together. So I know it's hard for you to look at and say, which company will be successful? So I don't know which company to pick. I don't know which one to research and go. But what if you could have multiple companies in one together? And if you buy one share of that basket, you bought a tiny piece of all the companies inside it. That's what an exchange-traded fund is. And there's thousands of them on the stock market today. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Let's move to the next slide, Sam. So these are types of them. Imagine you liked government bonds or company bonds, but you were worried about one company going crazy. But imagine you could buy hundreds of bonds together in one straight move. And buying that basket, you bought a tiny piece of everything in there. That's an exchange-traded fund for you that carries bonds. There are also industry ETFs. I love these ones, and I'm going to tell you a bit about them. Those industry ETFs, instead of you, if you believe so much in healthcare, instead of you investing in one healthcare company, you are investing in hundreds of healthcare companies together in one straight move without having to buy one. Tech companies, top 500 companies in the world, top 100 companies. That's how exchange-traded funds work. What of commodities? You like gold, but you don't want to go and start refining gold by yourself. What if you buy an ETF that contains over 60 different types of gold companies in there? When they make money, your money goes up. You get an average. That's how it grows. That's exchange-traded funds for you. Multiple different types in one simple way. Now, there's thousands and thousands of these, but I'm going to tell you some specific ones that I have been investing in and that you can easily, I always tell people to fact check me. Don't believe what I say. Go and open Yahoo Finance and go and check all these things I'm telling you. You would see those numbers. And I don't think I've ever spoken anywhere in the world. And I've probably spoken to loads of people. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands. But I don't think I've ever spoken anywhere where anybody will say, this new knowledge is for future. It's a lie. Everybody will always say, I wish I had known this 10 years ago. I wish I knew this before. I would have been rich by now. Even me, myself, when I think of it, I always say, Kai, I wish I knew this thing. No, I won't be here today. Let's move to the next slide. So these are some of the ETFs I love. And I'm going to explain them to you. These names that you see, these are the names you meet in the UK when you are buying these things. Don't worry, I'll explain them to you so you know what they mean. And you see the numbers, and your mouth will even start opening and start thinking, hey, are these things happening like this in this country? Yes, so they're happening. People are making money. Let's move on to the next slide. So the first one is dividend companies. This ETF is called SPDR US. Don't forget all the long one. Just focus on the unique name, USDV. This ETF contains over 130 companies, dividend-paying companies together. You buy a share of this ETF, you bought a tiny piece of all 130 dividend-paying companies. It pays between 2.5 to 4% dividend yield every year. And these are the numbers you would have made if you invested in this ETF in the last couple of years. Those numbers are not forged. Those numbers, again, they are widely, go and check everywhere and you see what these are. And I like dividend companies because a lot of us, when we think of stock markets, we think of, oh, we want dividends. You love dividends. Dividends are good, but I tell you that unless you have big money, dividend companies are not where you want to be yet. Because if your money is still growing by 4%, 5%, until you have big money, I always tell people, I always say that the goal you want to get to at least in your life is £1 million. If you get to £1 million and you are not someone who wastes money, if you park that money in an ETF like this, giving you 4% in a year, that's £40,000 a month, a year. Divide that by 12, you're financially free in a sense, unless you spend a lot of money. So dividends is the starting position, low risk. Imagine buying top 130 dividend-paying companies. Let's move to the next slide, Sam. This is one of the best ETFs you will ever invest in. This is the top 500 companies in America. Think of companies like Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, all of them. You buy this ETF, you bought a tiny piece of the top 500 companies in America. 80% of them are the top companies in the world. This ETF in 1 year ago, which is August last year, if you decided to put your money in it August last year, and you say this morning you want to take your money out of it, you will walk out with 19% more. And if it's in that your ISA account, your money is tax-free. Please give me one single company in the UK today that will just randomly increase your salary by 19% in a year. They are very erudite in this country. Sorry, I'm trying to, how do they say erudite in English? Sorry, akagom. Like, their hands are like this. Like, if they, the way they will even say it when they give you 2% increase. We have been able to increase your salary, whereas the stock is giving you that. This is tax-free, stress-free, 19% in a year. And again, people ask me that, top 500 company, this. So this means that, let's say if your money is invested in 500 companies, split across it. Let's say that 30 of those companies decide to be unfortunate in 1 year and they crash. What happened to you? You still have 470 companies. People will say, oh, yes, but what is better to invest in one company? Don't diversify. Hey, God, my dear. Please don't listen to those things. So they are your enemies. You don't know. I'll give you an example. As great as Apple is, and I'm such an Apple fan, as great as Apple is, you see, if they find out tomorrow morning, God forbid, that Tim Cook is a pedophile, and there was videos of him with kids all around the internet, what do you think will happen to Apple shares? Thank you very much. But imagine that Apple was one company in all of this. It's one company out of 500. Your money is not gone. Do you see the reason for the diversification for the ETFs and co? Like I told you when I started, I said I'll tell you exactly where I'm putting my money so that you will know. This wisdom, all of us can share. It's the stuff I've learned in this room, in how many minutes I've been here. It's wisdom that, so why can't I share what I know freely? You can decide what you do with that information. So this is the top 500 companies. You buy it, you bought a tiny piece of those. Look at the amount in 10 years, 304. That's 3 times what you invested in it without lifting a muscle. You had money sitting in your account, you put it there, 1K sitting in your account. In that 10 years, your 1K, without you saying yes, sir, without you entering the tube to all those smells, without you doing anything, your money will be 4,000. And if it's in a stocks and shares ISA like that, you take your money out tax-free. People of God, are you listening to me? This is the way to go. Let's go to the next slide, sir. This slide, this one takes this particular EQQ ETF. It is the top 100 companies of the NASDAQ. So the US stock market has two. There is the New York Stock Exchange and then there's the NASDAQ. This one are top 100 companies. It's medium risk. This ETF contains great companies again, Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla, beautiful companies, top 100 of them. You put your money in it in the last 1 year, you would have made 23% of your money back. Without lifting a, again, I always say it, when I say without lifting a muscle, it's because I know people who are doing care work, I know the work they do. 12 hours of carrying people. And then they will now remove tax out of it. And then you now use that money to go and buy wusi wusi. You see that your village people are winning already. So, 1 year, in 5 years, in 10 years, 500 and something % growth in your money. This is the legal cheat way. And guys, this is what the millionaires and billionaires are doing. Let me shock you for that. This is where the bank is putting your money. And then they will now be paying a meager 3%, 2 point something %. And then government will still tax that returns. So we need to receive sense. Yeah? Let's move to the next slide. I always tell people the truth. Like you see this slide, if you were ever going to look for where my money is in this world, it is in this slide. If they were going to say 70% of what I earn in my life, anything I've invested, 70% is on this slide. So don't think that if you now hear that this woman now, she's now a billionaire in pounds. So my dearest people in the Lord, this is where the billionaire happened. Say I told you I don't lie. This is where it happened. Why? I invest in tech a lot because I work in tech. I've worked in tech for the last 17 years of my life. And so I know that anything plus tech scales. The right tech, anything plus tech catalyzes if it's in the right place. Tech, healthcare tech, anything you add tech to, it scales. In the last 1 year, if you bought this ETF that contains 310 tech companies listed together, you are not buying it, all these things I'm saying, you're not buying it in my name. I don't even see your account. I'm just giving you the gist. You know, they say when you want to hide anything from black people, hide it in a book. I decided to become the book and say, by the time I speak to you and I put humor, you will listen to what I'm saying. In the last 1 year, this ETF that contains 310 tech companies has returned 31%. Please raise up your hand if you have gotten 31% raise in 1 year, in the last 1 year. You use Vanguard. So you are part of the people that are enjoying this thing. And see, you did not mention it too. When you were on that, you did not tell us. For me. So, this is a fantastic way for you to grow your money and invest in tech. In the last 5 years, 181%. In the last 10 years, 832%. Do you know what that is? You put £1,000 and you were walking away with 9,000 something. Again, without paying a single kobo in tax. We need wisdom. We need to understand how to, because you see, no matter how strong you are in this world, in this UK, if you go and do one shift of 12 hours now, and you do another one tomorrow, by the third day, your body will feel it. It's just normal. You are not made for that. You are not a robot. But you see, your money will work 24 hours a day. It will work 365 days a year. It will work decades, millennia. It will work for you. When you go on, your money will keep working for your children. It will work for your great-grandchildren. That's why we know names like Rockefeller and all of those things. They learn to make their money work. Your money is designed to outlive you. That's the essence of your money. So you have to find for it profitable employment, the right places to grow. Okay, so like I said, this is where my own money is. Let's go to the next slide. This one is high risk. But this is one of the stuff that can change your life in a matter of years, but with some BP medicine. Yes, I always try to tell the truth. This is high risk. Yeah? This ETF is called the Invesco Dynamic Semiconductor ETF. If you don't know what ETFs are, semiconductors are. Semiconductors, literally, they are the companies that produce the chips, all those things. Your phone, your laptop is useless without the chips. Like, you don't understand. Your phones will not exist. They cannot function without those chips. See these 26 companies that are in this one ETF, they are the companies that make those chips. What's more, now that we're in the era of AI, these same companies are the ones that produce the GPUs for all of the AI. So AI that the whole world is screaming about is useless. It can't exist without these 26 companies working there. And if you buy this ETF, you bought a tiny piece of all these 26 companies. In the last 1 year, this ETF, that's, when I say 1 year, please, it's 12 months. In case August last year, if you came to a windfall and you had £1,000 and you put it there, and today, as I'm speaking, you decide to go and sell that ETF and you will have your money plus 95% on top of it. That's what I'm talking about. In the last 5 years, your money will have grown by 347%. In the last 10 years, your money will have grown over 18 times what you invested in it. Again, like I said, it's risky. It goes up, it goes down. There are years that is down, there are years that is up. But cumulatively, I'm sure you start thinking in your head that it's worth it, that if I can wait, if I'm not investing money that I need tomorrow morning, this thing is making sense. That's how you think about investment. You have to put your money where you cannot work. I just told you what is powering the world that as we see today, AI. And imagine you don't know AI, you don't understand it, you don't know it, you can't go and start AI by yourself, but you can invest in companies that's what they do. That's what investing in a company like this works. Okay, so I know that some of you are thinking in your mind and saying, let's move to the next slide, and saying, hey God, where am I going to buy these things? People of God, I did promise you what, where, how, didn't I? This is where you buy it. These are the companies, or these are the apps that you can use to buy them. I personally use Trading 212, which is the first one on top there. But there's eToro, there's IG, there's Invest Engine, there's Vanguard, there's a lot of them. I pick Trading 212 because it's commissions free, and you can open a stocks and shares ISA inside it. And it's very easy to start. It's very easy for beginners to use it. It's very easy. That's why I pick Trading 212. But again, feel free to use any of them. Let's move to the next slide. I'm sure in your minds, you're now going to think, hey, so how do I do this thing that this lady has been saying? How does it work? So I'll go and buy this one and go. I just want to give, again, this is very hypothetical. I don't want you to say, this is what I said you should go and do. No. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just telling you again, like I said, what I do. But let's say you had £200 every month that you wanted to start investing. Let's say that you decided to divide it the way that I've done it here on the screen. I say for someone who is conservative, who doesn't like too much stress, they put 30% of their money, that's 60 quid every month, into that first one I told you, the top 500 companies in America. 20% into a REIT. REITs are real estate investment trust. Because of how short our time is, I couldn't tell you about it. But it's a way to buy real estate on the stock market. It's, again, little money. 20% into USDV, that's the one I told you has dividend companies, and 30% into EQQQ, top 100 companies. Based on the returns, historical returns, this is what you're looking at of putting your £200 every month into something like this. Again, you're not looking for a bulk, you are just starting with £200 a month. Yeah? Let's go to the next slide. This is for conservative people. If you were someone like me that was able to take in a little bit of risk and not be scared, this is what you can look at. You can decide that, okay, 30% of my money, again, that's about 60 quid a month, goes into this one. 20% goes into this. 40% goes into the tech ETF. That's about 80 quid a month. And then 10%, which is just 20 pounds every month, goes into this SMH ETF. Look at what happens after 1 year. Look at what happens after 10 years. Look at what happens after 20 years of you investing quietly in this. Let's go to the final slide. For people who don't mind some risk, this is what you can also do with your money. Again, spread into 3 things. And then across 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. 30% into the top 500 companies, 50% into the tech companies, 20% into the SMH, which is the semiconductor companies. People of God, as simple as this slide is, I want to assure you, if you speak to a financial advisor, they will charge you your nose and arm and the leg. What I've told you for free. I'm assuring you, they will not even charge you. Usually, they don't charge you money. They charge you as your net worth. You will pay 2% a year, 1% a year of your money. But I've just told you with very simple, direct stuff. But I tell you, it's life-changing. And imagine you can do it for your child. Imagine you could put 50 quid every month somewhere. And that by the time your child is going into school at 18 years, they already have over $50,000, $80,000 because pounds or dollars, because you've invested for that long for them in little ETFs. All of this, you've not bought one single company. You haven't bought one company, you have bought multiple companies in one. Thank you very much, my people. Before I go, thank you. I hope it's made sense and we have learned. Okay, I promised you practical. So before we go, let's go to the next slide. Please go and download these apps. Download these. I beg you in God's name. Take action. Take action. Register. Open your stocks and shares ISA. Don't let these words, don't let it leave you because you got it free. I'm telling you, if you paid for my session, you will not get this free. And I came and I gave it to you for free. Things that will literally change your life. Please go and take action and do something. Okay, before I go, I want to tell you about something about myself. Don't worry, if you have any question, please get ready. I'll take as quickly questions before we go. But let's go to the next slide. So, there's something I just built. And honestly, you are the very first set of people that I'm ever going to talk to about it. But please, I'd like you to please, just hear me out for 1 minute. What myself and we just built, not me, myself and my husband actually. We built this. A lot of us have accounts in different banks. We have our pension, we have investments, we have bonds across countries. If you are from Nigeria like me, you probably still have an account in Nigeria, you have one stock there, you have your pension, you have here and co. What if you could see everything in one page? So you don't have to be going to different apps to know what's happening to your money. What if from that same app, you could get insights about your spending? Simply by looking at the app, it classifies a lot of your money went to shopping, a lot of your money went to this, your investment dropped by this, your investment grew by this. What if in that same app, you had an AI who is able to look at your money and let you know that you paid this amount on this day in a form of calendar and reminds you? What if in that app, you could know the days that whatever ETFs or stocks you have is paying dividends? That's what we build. That one app where you can easily see all of this, I promise you. And I'm not saying it because we built it. I'm saying it because we literally cannot find anything on it in the world that's ever built something like this. Please, before some other people have this thing and go and build it, I have more money than us to market it. Please, let's go to the next slide. That's what we've called the Wealth Monthly app. You can download it today. Today is the first day I'm mentioning it anyway. Just scan it. There's iOS, there is Android, and I promise you, it's one of the best things you ever do for your money. You can put all your accounts in there, across countries, across currencies, across different types of spending, bank, everything in one place. It's the one place where you can see all your net worth, all your money, insights about your spending, and direction for you. Based on that, there's more in there that we've created. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope it's been a good session. Thank you so much. Questions? Sorry. No, it's everybody. Any country in the world. Yeah. No. Thank you.
Nigeria.
No, anywhere.
Thank you for that session. Thank you so much. How much?
So for now, it's free. You have 14 days free. But even at that, after, it's literally £3 a month. Trust me, £3 a month is worth it. What you get. In Nigeria, and everything is connected to it. And you can see everything. What's more, your investments, all your stocks, ETFs, you see the growth of where they are going. You see your pension, everything in one book, one slide. And your actual bank accounts here in the UK, bank accounts everywhere, you see everything clearly. You know how much of your money is in cash, how much is in this, and it will give you insights. Oh, you spent this. This is how much. Trust me, we finish work, like they say in my language. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to quickly the vote of thanks from Mr. Ade. And please do not go. We would like to take a picture of everyone for this 3.0 Awaken My Millionaire Mindset. So right after the vote of thanks, we would like everyone to come forward. We're going to cut the cake and take a picture.
Thank you very much, Missy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Evening, good afternoon, and evening. As we come to the close of this inspiring event, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of A Better Me. I would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has contributed to making Awaken My Millionaire Mindset 3.0 such a memorable event. First and foremost, our sincere thanks goes to Mrs. Shakira Tokewole, found so generously. Your contribution have added tremendous value, really inspire everyone here today. To our Master of Ceremony, Missy, thank you for guiding us through today's program with professionalism, warmth, and enthusiasm. Our appreciation also goes to our sponsors, exhibitors, and partners for your valued support and for believing in the vision behind this event. A special thank you goes to our photographer, videographer, and the other media team we have in the house. Also, we are saying a big thank you to Courthouse Hotel for giving us this wonderful space to use for this event. And finally, to every one of you who attended today, thank you for your presence, your participation, your positive energy, and we hope you leave today with fresh ideas, renewed confidence, and determination to take action towards your goals. As we are living here today, let's remember that success begins with a decision to act. May today's conversations, lessons, connections continue long after we leave this room. Thank you once again for being part of our Making My Millionaire Mindset 3.0. And do have a safe journey home, and we look forward to welcoming you again at future Better Me events. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Ade, and thank you to you as well for all of the coordination of the events in a very calm and professional manner. Thank you, sir. So please, can we step forward quickly to take a picture and cut the cake? I want to eat this cake. That's what I'm waiting for. Yeah. But yeah, let's step forward quickly. Shakira is going to stand behind the cake. We stand with her to mark the success of the Awaken My Millionaire Mindset 3.0. So we're going to be cutting this cake to mark this successful event. And we can have music in the background if we still have the DJ there. A little music would be nice. We have music. All right, Shakira, please can you step forward?